Conservation Commission meeting of Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021 at 5:35. So before we begin, I've got an excerpt here that I must read while we continue to adapt and evolve in the time of COVID. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order superseding certain provisions of the open meeting law, GLC 30A, Section 18, and the governor's March 15th, 2020 order recently extending remote meetings to April 22nd concerning imposition on strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting will be conducted this platform of Zoom. So thank you so much for joining us this evening. We love having some familiar faces. And commissioners, thank you for your time. And I want to take a moment to welcome Karen Bartholomew, correct, Karen? As the Conservation Commission's, I believe, first alternate member. Karen can partake in deliberation of the meeting. She can give her input, professional analysis or what have you, but as an alternate member of the commission, because we have 7 seats, alternates under Massachusetts law cannot vote. So welcome, Karen. We're excited to have you and looking forward to having you as a member.
Thank you very much.
So with that said, we're going to move to meeting minutes for approval June 7th, 2021. Does anyone have any discussion, corrections to the meeting minutes of June 7th, 2021? If there is no discussion, do we have a motion for approval of the meeting minutes for June 7th, 2021?
I make the motion to approve the minutes of April 7th, June 7th, as written.
June 7th. Did I say May? Sorry if I said May. May 7th. Do we have a second on June 7th meeting? Robin, Michelle, anyone?
I got knocked off this latter half of the meeting, remember?
Okay.
So I can't.
All right, then I will second that as approving the meeting minutes for June 7th, 2021. So moving on to next order of business, request for determinations of applicability, also known as RDAs. I would call on Dan, our board clerk, to read an excerpt about RDAs.
In accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public meeting is being held on a determination of applicability filed by Roger Bernier to determine whether the installation of an above-ground pool at 31 Nancy Drive is subject to the Wetlands Protection Act and local wetland bylaw.
Okay, so 31 Nancy Drive, Roger Bernier, installation of above ground pool. Do we have a representative for 31 Nancy Drive here? Nancy Drive, installation of an above ground pool. Do we have Roger Bernier or a representative?
We have someone with a phone number that is unidentified and a Galaxy 21.
Galaxy S21, could you introduce yourself?
I just admitted 2 more people, Joe.
All right, for the sake of time, I'm going to pass over 31 Nancy Drive for now. We'll get back to it at the end. 3 Camille Drive. Dan, would you mind reading the excerpt for 3 Camille Road? Excuse me.
Again, in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public meeting is being held on a determination of applicability filed by 3 Camille Road to determine whether the installation of an above-ground pool at that location is subject to the Wetlands Protection Act and a local wetland bylaw.
All right, so we have, is it Cheyenne Velez?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Cheyenne, nice to meet you. You're looking to install an above-ground pool adjacent to a resource area at 3 Camille Road. I'm gonna call on Michelle Michelle, do you have some documents to pull up for us, share?
I have some pictures.
Okay. Mary is on vacation this week and next, so I want to thank everyone for their patience while Michelle pulls up as Kelly is stepping in for Mary. All right, so these are photos, commissioners, of 3 Camille Road. So now, hold on one second, Michelle. Cheyenne, the pool, just so that we have an idea of distance, is your pool going to be up near the deck area here or further into the yard?
Exactly. So the goal is to put the pool right around the deck area,
Okay.
and with understanding, in most cases it's over 100 feet away from the stream. There was like one place or two places within the diagrams that I submitted where it was maybe a foot or two less than the 100 feet, but outside of that, I feel it's pretty far away from the stream and the water.
You're in a perennial, I'm pretty sure you're in a perennial stream area, which that's Sucker Brook, which carries a 200 riverfront protection. So just so you know. So you're planning on putting above ground pool. Are you doing any kind of rock, any crushed stone around it?
No, the pool is gonna come right off of the deck. So ideally we would install the pool right within the deck area, so we wouldn't be adding anything else. Am I understanding the question correctly?
Well, typically what people do is when they're putting in an above ground pool, they often do sort of right around the pool, they'll do like a crushed stone, try to keep any weeds and whatnot down. Okay.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So it definitely have a perimeter. I mean, the goal is to make everything will look presentable and really nice. And yeah, we would use the stone for any of the. I'm not exactly 100% of the reason why, but I know I've seen it in other applications, and it would make sense to do that.
Are you putting in any kind of a walkway to the pool?
No, not at this point. The deck would be the primary entry, the primary entry point.
Okay.
Other than maybe a pool stairs. So, but I'm not building anything in any of the other perimeters.
Okay. Go ahead, Michelle. I just kind of wanted to see this vantage point.
Yeah, no worries. Some nice looking grass.
Okay, so now with that retainer wall, are you doing anything with that retainer wall, or is everything staying intact?
That's actually staying there. I'm gonna use that. I'm using that as kind of a guide where I'm actually gonna put the pool. So the pool will be maybe a foot or two away from that little wall there. So it just, it's at a perfect angle for where I want to place the pool. So I'm planning to leave it there.
Okay. I didn't know if you were planning any work on it, upgrade on it, anything like that.
No, not at this point. Maybe in the
I'm
future
just-
I might ask for permission, but not at this point.
Just trying to get a holistic scope of the project. Now, are you putting this in, or are you going to have a contractor put in?
I'm having a hard time. I mean, I'm very handy myself.
Yep.
I'm a real estate agent and a fix and flip rehab person. So we do a lot. I have a lot of knowledge on the construction side to some degree. A lot of there minor spots where we have to level off a little bit the grounds, but it isn't nothing major. So we would take all the precautions we got to do to level the grounds there.
Okay.
Will you be bringing in any equipment to strip out the sod, and what are you going to put down underneath the pool itself? I'm sad. I mean, I at first, a lot of it, I'm thinking I could do actually, and shovel it out. It's not a lot. And then we gotta, obviously, make sure it's nice and leveled and flat, and then the sand and all those things that, kind of go under the pool, to kind of make sure it's protection. There are things that I will, obviously I got to pull a permit for and do right, which is the electrical. So I'll make sure a licensed electrician is doing, any electrical work there, just, for the above ground pool pump. So are you saying that you will not be using any equipment, that you're going to do things by hand?
At this point, that's I might the most that I might need is a little bit of excavation, but I'm not so sure I do need it. A lot of it I believe I could do by hand. The height differences from my lowest point of grade to my highest is probably 6 to 8 inches. So I'm not working with a lot of soil that needs adjustment. I'm not digging too deep at all. So it could work manually as well.
So this is going to be an oval size pool, 24 by 12.
Yep.
And we're looking at the largest distance, greatest distance is 205 feet from one side, closest distance 123 feet to the stream. I mean, you're ways away, but we still want to make sure that obviously proper precautions are in place. Mary, Michelle, are you able to pull up the plan there that's in the meeting, just so that the board sees the plan? It's very basic.
Yeah, I can.
In
pull
my
it.
opinion, I'm thinking, and obviously I'm one person, but I think that I can get away with just basic erosion controls. Are you planning on having any stockpile anywhere, Cheyenne? Meaning, like, are you gonna store the any dirt that you happen to kind of may dig down a little bit?
Actually, I want to remove the soil, so I'll just take, the goal is, to put it in a dump truck and not use it. So no, not. I mean, obviously, when digging through and doing my thing, there's going to be a pile or whatnot, but eventually, immediately shortly after, the goal is to just take it out of the ground. I don't have anywhere where I want to put it.
Okay. Now, commissioners, any other questions?
It looks like the lot is pretty flat. Is there a need for any
All right.
kind of erosion controls?
just, I would probably just do a straw wattle across the back. Just in case things, as just a safety precaution. What do you folks think? I mean, it is just a pool. Now, am I seeing, do you already have a shed? I didn't see a shed there. I'm seeing a shed on this plan. Was a shed never put in?
No, the shed is there. The shed's
Okay.
already, that's not new. That's been there.
Okay. All right.
It was there when I bought this house. I've only owned this house for 2 years, not
Oh.
even, so the shed was always there.
All right. So,
But I already, from a building inspector angle, I already spoke to him about the shed and the distance I needed to be from it, and he,
yeah.
I was good when it came to those things.
Okay.
Like he's a criminal.
The only thing that I would recommend is obviously you're gonna have to do backflow on this. And I mean, you are quite a distance from the stream, but I would probably try to have the pump. Do you know where you're planning on putting the pump?
I mean, ideally, I was trying to put some of it right below the deck, just so that it's just hidden and it's not an eyesore. But if there's some expectations on where it needs to be, then I don't mind doing that.
So when you backflow the pool, I would just have, obviously with those backflows, you've got like a sort of a rubbery tube that goes along with it. I would have it carry the water along, have it out onto the lawn as much as possible. That way it can percolate into the ground and you don't have chemically treated water going right into a brook.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're saying that the backflow, any backflow should be in ground, buried in ground?
No. What you'd want to do is, like say there's a 12-foot, that 12-foot, you can roll it up, that's sort of almost like an elastic style. You connect it to the pump and then have it just sort of throw it out onto the lawn, but allow the water to
Why does it keep doing this?
onto the
Like a large diameter perforated hose.
Okay.
All right, commissioners, anything else?
I would only say that Mr. Velez was saying that this is going to be a shovel and wheelbarrow operation, but if he should find that he doesn't or can't do it all by hand and needs to bring a dump truck or an excavator in, he should talk to us again before he does that.
Yeah. All right.
That makes sense.
Okay. Any other comments from the commissioners? Are we ready for motion? All right, then can I get a motion for 3 Camille Road?
Hello?
Hello?
I hear you, Mary.
Okay, great. Sorry, could you hear me before?
No,
I couldn't, Mary.
Okay, I'm here, so I'll be quiet now. Go ahead with the meeting.
All right, Mary, if you need to interject, please do. Thank you.
Did they invite you in yet?
No.
All right.
Okay. I make the motion that the RDA for 3 Camille Road, the installation of the broke down pool, we give that a negative determination.
I'll second.
So Dan with the first, Libra, Clarissa with the second.
Yeah.
And just like last meeting, I'm gonna call out your name that way, so till Libra gets to know everyone's voice. And then,
do you want me to pull?
You can do it or I can do it, doesn't matter.
I got it.
Okay.
Mr. Duteau,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel.
Yes.
Oh, now I get to a point where I'm stuck. Miss Sherillo, yes. Miss Johnson,
Yes.
I'll get better, I promise.
And Mr. Wigglesworth was a yes.
Oh, and I forgot you.
Yeah. How can you forget me? All right. Cheyenne, thank you very much. Good luck with your project. Mary will be in touch.
Awesome.
All right. So until you have
See, it says we.
gotten all of your information from us, make sure you start your project, okay?
That's why you can always
Okay.
see.
I'm hearing two voices. I'm not so sure I caught what you said the last time.
All right. I need the Burners to please put their phone on mute. Thank you. The commission office will be in touch with you, and at that point, you will be given instruction to start your project, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
No
it.
problem. Have a great day.
All right. You guys have
Any
a great day
questions,
as well.
contact us.
Bye-bye.
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 All right, so 31 Nancy Drive, Roger Bernier.
Oh, yeah, it's 311 Thompson Road. In accordance with Mass General Laws 131, Section 40 as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public meeting is being held on the determination of applicability filed by the 311 Corporation to determine whether digging a trench to repair pipes in the at 311
hold
Thompson
on.
Road is subject to the Wetlands Protection Act.
Dan, hold on, that's Thompson Road. We're going back to Nancy Drive with the Berniers.
Oh,
But you've already, for the record, you've already read their ad
31 Nancy Drive.
installation. This is another installation of an above ground pool. Michelle, I believe the Berniers are here, so if you wouldn't mind showing what we've got on file. Mr. Bernier, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. You made it. We're glad to have you.
Yep, sorry about the technical difficulties.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
That kind of night.
Let's hope not. Let's everybody knock on wood. Okay, so you've got you're looking to install an above ground pool.
Yes, as you can see, the pool has already been installed because of a lack of communication between myself and the pool company. That being said, I wanted to do the right thing, and even though this has already been set up, I still wanted to take care of business the right way.
Well, we appreciate that, but I got to move you immediately to the naughty list.
Yes, I understand.
So looking, I'm glad you get your pool in. But first thing I want to ask, looking at this photograph before we look at a plan view, are you planning on doing anything with the dirt that's around the pool?
Yes, as I mentioned to the young lady that came out and took a look at this, I'm putting a landscape barrier, the heavy duty plastic that you have to sink like 4 inches in the ground, and then I'm coming out 3 feet around the pool, and then putting weed barrier down inside that barrier, and then putting gravel rock all the way around it. So there's no, it's going to be cleaner. It's going to save a lot of it. Looks like erosion there, but it's not really erosion.
Yeah, it looks pretty flat there, number one. And number two, that's pretty standard with putting in a pool. Am I seeing a new deck put in there as well?
Actually, it was just an existing deck that we added a point where we could access the pool.
Okay.
Just a little
Yeah,
expansion.
so it looks okay. We should we should probably have that, I know Mary's on, if she's listening, should probably at least make note of that in the file as well, which I'm sure she has. So,
Yeah, that's just
Yeah, we can do
a
that.
little platform that we put on, because actually the pool was supposed to be a little closer, so we could just access it from our existing deck. So we had to put a little platform there so it would be safer for people to walk out. It does have a self-closing gate on the top of that. And the other access points also have self-closing gates on the other ends too.
all right. Now, as far as when are you planning on getting this pretty much disturbed area on the ground?
Actually, I kind of like was just waiting to see if there was any special instructions from you folks before I ordered the gravel from Robbins down the street. And you know, I'm ready to go further with this, you know, with that part of it.
Well, given the my recommendation, and I would assume that my colleagues, I mean, we'll obviously discuss this a little bit further, but I'd want that buttoned up as soon as possible,
Sure.
especially with the heavy rain we
Oh,
saw.
no, that was my, you know, that was my intention, you know, moving forward also. I didn't
Yeah.
want it to look like that. I wanted,
Of course.
I wanted to clean it up a little better.
Okay, all right, so that's done. Now, do we have, Michelle, we have a map just so we can just see an aerial and see where this is located now?
I don't see anything else, Joey.
Okay. All right, then.
There's no plan view for this one, but you can see it on the GIS.
Okay. Well, Mr. Bernier, if you could at least just get to our office, just a map, even if it's a sketch, a mapped out plan for your file.
I did do that, sir.
Okay.
Have it loaded. I'll pull it up on GIS.
All right, it's probably in your file. It's just not loaded to the website
Oh, okay.
for us to look at. And while Michelle is bringing that up, yeah, I see the wetland in the back there. Commissioners, project is already done. He's got plans for obviously controlling erosion and
And the electrical has already been signed off on by the inspector.
I'm sorry.
The electrical has been signed off by the inspector.
That's through planning and building. You know, we're looking at closest area of resource and wetlands protection. So I see your neighbors have pools, so you had to jump on the bandwagon.
Yeah, we ordered this last July and they didn't deliver it till December.
Well, I'm glad that you actually got a pool in before there are none left this year, given the pipeline of how everything's going. So
Yeah, we ordered it July of last year, so yeah,
Wow.
crazy.
all right, so commissioners, any questions, input? I just think that in my opinion, watch the erosion. If you can get that buttoned up as soon as possible, I think that's important.
Sure.
I think it makes sense to reiterate that when you back flush, make sure it goes into the grass. not
Yep.
Oh,
down
yes.
the lawn or anything.
Absolutely. Like I was mentioning earlier, I think, you know, the other property owner was a little bit confused, but with the back flush, make sure that it's mainly on a lawn so that it can percolate a little bit better rather than heading towards that wetland. That's not
Yeah,
too
I have the ability to move it actually towards the other way and not in that direction. It
Yeah,
is a flexible hose that you can just, you know, it peels off and
based on chemicals, you can see some degradation. We don't want that to happen.
of course.
All right, so commissioners, if there's nothing else, thank you for that point, Michelle. Do we have a motion here?
I'll make the motion for a negative request for determination of applicability for 31 Nancy Drive.
I second.
All right, so Michelle with the first, Robin with the second, and Michelle or Mary, whoever wants to do a roll call.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
All right, so, Mr. Bernier, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck with your pool. Please, in the future, anything that's within your property in the back there, make sure that you at least partner with us on projects. Make sure that you're not in our jurisdiction, and we can
Understood.
properly, permit you. So thank you for ending up going down the right path. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And like I said, I was just waiting further to see, what the determination was tonight, in case there was something different than what I was thinking. And I definitely want to do that anyway, so we're on the same page.
All right, so next week we've got site visits possibly, so we may be there for the pool, okay? Just so you know.
Okay,
All right.
sounds good. All
All right.
right. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks.
All right, so 311 Thompson Road. Dan, you're on now for 311 Thompson Road.
okay, I will read it again at the right time this time. In accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public meeting is being held on a determination of applicability filed by 311 Corporation to determine whether digging a trench to repair pipes at 311 Thompson Road is subject to the Wetlands Protection Act and local wetland bylaw.
All right, so do we have Sue or Rory Duquette? Rory, how you doing?
Yep, I'm here. Good. How are you?
Great. Good to meet you really quick. Good to see, well, not meet you, but good to see you. Good to see Sue. I know you guys were in a real rush.
Yeah, I
but-
apologize for running out really quickly there. I didn't know we were doing a site visit because I hadn't heard anything about it. So I guess I kind of assumed that you guys weren't coming just because it was fairly straightforward, I thought. So,
No
but
problem.
no problem.
We had business going on, so, all right, so, do we have anything in the file on this one, Michelle? So to catch, Michelle and the rest of the board up to speed, so this is Lakeside Marine.
Big view, but that's okay.
Lakeview, sorry, Lakeside, Lakeview, Lake. So, this is, Lakeview Marine, and so they currently have an existing light post that is built on pretty much a very large concrete pad. And I learned a bit of interesting history when I was there, Rory. I never actually knew this there, but this used to be an area where there was a stop for the train that used to carry ice from the lake during the winter, and they used to haul the ice from the lake from an old shed, I'm assuming a warehouse there, and send it into town to be able to keep things cold.
Yeah, it actually wasn't just in the winter. It actually ran all summer as well. There was a sod house there that they packed the ice in with sod. And all summer long, before there was electricity or before there was refrigeration, essentially, they would haul the ice from there to ice chests around town so people could use ice chests in their houses.
Yeah,
So,
a very interesting story at a place that we often pass by and just think that's where people store their boats. Boy, I can't talk today. So anyway, long story short, the existing light post that's there, they're looking to refurbish and they want to upgrade the electrical that runs underground to their facility. You can see it mapped out there. Just digging a trench, replacing that. They're going to put in a new light fixture up top, a refurbished light fixture, and I'm assuming for, safety and security as well, that will be integrated in there. So with that, I really did not see any major problem with this project. Are we thinking that it will get done in a day, Rory, or do you think you're gonna
I-
kind of open trench for more than one day?
I'm being told a day to at tops to have an open trench done. So we'll have an open trench and either close it same day or the next day. So depending on what they run into as they dig the trench, but they're saying less than 2 days we'll have it open.
The only thing that I would recommend on this, and I'm sure my fellow commissioners may, would be that the closer you get to the resource area, maybe if you have access to sort of a straw wattle, just maybe 10 feet,
Yeah.
12 feet, just to kind of right across there, just in case, you get a freak thunderstorm and we get like rain like we just got in the last
Yeah.
few hours. Nothing travels towards, into the small cove that's here.
Yep.
Everything else, just so that the other commissioners know where the light post is, it's all hardscape. It's all old concrete there. They're not planning on breaking the concrete, anything like that. So a pretty simple, linear job, really. So.
Yep.
Any other things I may have forgotten, Rory?
I don't think so. I mean, we already have an oil spill kit on site and all that type of stuff. So if there is any issues with the machine as it's digging the trench or anything, we already have that stuff there. So we keep it on hands at all times anyway, including booms and stuff if we need to. So it's everything, an emergency kit's already on site. I have no problem putting out straw wattles while we're doing it. That's not a problem. I mean, I don't really want to dig in and do silt fence because then you're disturbing more soil than it's worth. But
Yeah.
straw wattles I have no problem with.
Yeah, it's not necessary. Just something I just kind of put across there just in case, in
Yep.
case it catch anything. Commissioners, any input on this?
Good.
Okay. If we have no discussion on this, are we ready for a motion on this?
I'll make the motion that the RDA for 311 Thompson Road be given a negative determination.
I'll
I
second.
second.
All right, so Dan with the first, and it sounded like Clarissa with the second.
Yep.
Okay,
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes,
Mr. Wigglesworth,
yes,
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
okay. Rory, you're all set. Before you begin, or when you're gonna begin, I would be in touch with Mary and just let her know. I'm sure she'll be in touch with you anyway.
Okay.
But good luck with the project and my best to the family.
Thanks.
All
I
right,
appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. And yeah, I'll let Mary know once we get it scheduled. I'll call the contractor tomorrow and figure out when they can be out there to get it done.
great, good luck. I'd like to see
Thank
a photo. I'd love to see a photo of what it looks like once you get it all restored.
Yeah, absolutely. I will.
All right,
Thanks.
take care.
Right.
All right, so do we have 124 Gore Road? Anyone here for 124 Gore Road? I know this is being
Hey, Joey, they're gonna submit an NOI.
Yes.
So they're not coming to they're dropping the RDA basically.
okay. All right. Well, we're gonna need to properly close out this RDA. So should I just make a motion to close out the RDA?
Yeah, I think they can withdraw it, or I guess you guys could just issue a positive determination, whatever.
Actually, yeah, it would be a positive determination because like the flow chart I just showed before, it would end up, yeah, we need a positive determination that will send it to the NOI process. So can we just, for 124 Gore Road, this is the demolition of an existing cottage. construction of a new dwelling. There's an existing garage, and they're building the house off to it, just so everyone remembers. They're over a little few buildings down from Big Belly Cafe. So can I get a motion of a positive determination on 124 Gore Road so the NOI process can then begin?
I motion for a positive determination on 124 Gore Road so the NOI process can begin.
Second,
All right, Robin with the first, Dan with the second.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
All right, thank you, commissioners. All right, so we've got 54 Bates Point Road, Raymond and Jacqueline Regis. This is continued from June 7th. There's removal of trees, removal of sod, installation of pavers, and stone wall around a pool. Do we have Jacqueline or Raymond Regis?
Jacqueline's here.
Hi, Jacqueline, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Okay, so Michelle, do you want to pull up, I believe there are some additional documents that we had requested from the last meeting.
Not sure what you want to look at. You want to look at the FEMA flood?
Well, let's look at the FEMA flood layer, see how close they are to the 480, because that seemed to be a sticky point the last time.
Okay, I'm not sure what I'm looking at, so feel free to direct.
I believe she submitted a flood map picture, probably on the website, but it's not zoomed in very much.
Maybe the other one, Michelle?
Flood insurance map? Is that the
Yeah,
one you're?
try that one. All right,
When I tried to print to zoom into Bates Point, it wouldn't let you zoom and print. It printed all the side things on the paper, so it wouldn't let you keep the picture as zoomed in. It would only print this whole layout.
you know, technology is supposed to make our life easier, and I really don't think that is.
No, I didn't have any idea what I was even looking at, honestly.
All
But
right,
this
so-
area here is Bates Point.
All right, so Mrs. Regis, what was brought up by someone of concern in the audience last time, not a commissioner, was that when doing work near the shoreline, we typically look at to see if a property is in a flood zone.
Mhm.
And if you are in a flood zone, then it needs to be, it's typically what you'd need to do. Sometimes it's replication, sometimes it's just a certain adding certain conditions to an order, which is what we're looking at now. So Michelle, I'm going to bring, if you don't mind, I'm going to, because I've got GIS open.
Oh, so do I.
Oh, you have, if you could perhaps bring up GIS, that way we can all look at it. And the question was the mean high watermark for the lake is around, it's around, depending upon geography, around 480.
Mhm.
And so if you were doing work beyond the 480 mark or under the 480 mark, you are actually altering what they call the floodplain. And looking at the GIS, I don't believe the work that you were, let's see here. All right, so here is your property. And so you're looking to put in you're looking to remove trees, removal of sod, installation of pavers right to, I believe, is your retaining wall. Do you have a formalized retaining wall, or is it just rocks at the shoreline?
No, we're looking to do the retaining wall right here. 'Cause see, I have all dirt, hill right here with
Yeah.
plants. We're looking to put a 3-foot retaining wall here and here on just 2 sides of the pool.
All right, so
More stable.
all right, so what faces the water, and then what runs along the
The property.
adjacent lot, which would be, let's
So-
call it the southwest side.
Yep,
Okay. So you're
that's the
looking
retaining wall.
so you're looking to square off your pool.
Well, we have a fence here now, and we just want to put, it's a flat faced, it's about 2.5 to 3 feet tall, going right there with the fence. So it's a retaining wall. Just as we're getting older, it's just too much for both of us to, maintain the hill and edging and mulch every year. And so it'll just be much easier for us. And then right here is where we're looking to put pavers. And you can't see with this big tree, but this is inside the pool area.
Okay.
We want to put pavers right here instead of the dirt and plants.
If you're showing your mouse, we can't see where you're pointing. So the
Oh,
last
sorry.
you were looking to put the pavers right to the shore area.
Right to the top of the wall, not to the shore, because there's a hill. There's where you can see all the rocks. That's about 5 to 6 feet, about 5 to 6 feet of rocks.
Okay. Okay. Which from the 480, I believe the 480 was further out. So, Michelle, do you have, if you wouldn't mind, looking at the other documents that are on? Just to kind of bring us circle back around to the project itself and its scope. So this tree right here, this duplicate tree, and there's one tree that's at the shoreline you're looking to remove?
This one right here, it's 2 trees in one. That's the one we're looking to remove that's close to the shoreline. All the others are further back. That's the one that we had delivered when she came out in April. It was diseased.
Did you end up getting the letter from the arborist that said it was diseased?
Yeah, I handed everything in to a while. I had it at the meeting, but I didn't have it handed in at that time.
So with those 2 trees coming down, I know it's one, but it's considered 2. What we have a policy of replacement. So are you putting a tree back?
Small, not that size.
Well, I mean, of course, a lot of people they don't want trees that size anymore. Some people are doing dogwood, some people are doing,
Yeah, smaller trees like buffalo trees,
okay,
dogwood.
okay. So we would need to know the tree that you're putting back. It doesn't necessarily need to be, are you gonna stump it and leave the stump, or are you grinding down the stump?
No, leaving the stump and the roots.
All right, that's probably the best solution. That way there's minimal
Erosion and everything.
Yep, disturbance there. So, all right, so a dogwood would need to be somewhere ideally closer to the shoreline.
It would have to probably be right to the left of the tree if you were looking at it from here, because there's all tree roots in front of there. I've tried already to dig to put Rose of Sharon, and there's way too many tree roots.
Yeah.
So it'd have to be like to the left of it, right there.
Okay.
And we're right on the property line right after that, so we have to be careful of that as well.
All right. So is this the only tree you're looking to take down, or are there other trees?
There's others, but most of them are just beyond the 100 feet.
Okay. All right. So that's the tree removal. Now you said that you're removing sod and putting in, all right, so this was your map. So I can see where you're putting in the wall. There's the grass area to
the top of the wall that has a wall of rocks to the
Okay.
water.
So from the wall out, how far? I'm trying to.
So from the new wall, it would be 26 feet from the new wall to the top of the rocks. And it'd be about 40 feet wide.
That you're looking to
Plus
put
or minus.
pavers?
Yes. So approximately 26 by 40 plus or minus.
So correct me if I'm wrong, basically what you're looking to do is just completely take out all the lawn in the back here so that there's nothing left to mow.
We're not taking out the rock.
Right, we're not removing the rock though, that's on the, that's on the hill to the water, that's all staying. We're just removing the grass.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're taking
yeah,
out the
yeah.
lawn, and you're putting in a pad. Basically, you're putting in a patio.
Yep, and it's pervious pavers.
All right, so you're using pervious pavers.
Yes.
Okay.
The professional coming in from Newport.
And what we can reuse for the sod, I'm putting in other areas of the yard, and whatever I don't use, they're taking away. There's not going to be any stockpiles.
Okay. If there happens to be a stockpile, it would need to be towards the front of your
Yeah,
property.
it would be at the end by the driveway if we did at all, but they said they're taking everything
It
daily.
would be 280 feet away. No.
Mhm.
So you're also doing pavers up near the pool? Is that what I see? as
Yes, yes, inside the pool area.
well? Okay.
There's already a concrete area, and then I have flowers in there, and I'm going to be doing pavers instead of all the plants. I'm going to move the plants to the outside by the wall, in front of the walls.
Okay.
So you love gardening, you know? As the people that came here. they
All
think-
right. So that's the pavers. That's the stone wall. You said the stone wall is going to be 2 to 3 feet.
Yes, it goes down as you go towards the house. It slants down. The level is much less because the pool only goes to 6 feet deep. It goes 4 feet to 6 feet. So the wall will be smaller as it gets towards the house. Because it's
Okay. Commissioners, do we have questions about this project?
Yes. How tall is that wall that's going above the stone? I lost track of it. I apologize.
the one around the pool.
No, the one that you're putting right at the top of the stone?
No, we're not doing a wall there, ma'am. There's already stones there. That is the wall. That's all just regular natural stone there.
Okay, so you're just going pavers to
Right
that.
on the lawn, from there to the wall around the pool.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not touching none of the stone. We just restack them as they, you know, with storms, we have to, it's like riprap. We
Yeah.
just have to restack them a lot with the storms. But we're not
And-
touching those.
And what's the grade from the wall at the pool to the top of those rocks?
Same.
What, I'm sorry, where, ma'am?
The grade between the wall at the pool and the top of the rocks that are kind of your embankment to the water.
Pretty much the same, right? It's
Yeah, it's just,
pretty flat.
You're taking the sod
So we're
out.
just taking the sod out to put the pavers down. It's pretty flat.
It's
I
gonna be-
didn't see,
And it's-
see the property, so I have no idea what it looks like.
There's some of the pictures that I gave, I brought in pictures today as well, because we had started putting up the wattles and the silt wrap. they can see it better if you can pull those up.
Oh, if those came in today, I don't think I have them.
I gave them to Kelly. I don't know if, I think she said she was gonna upload them.
Let me see if I can find them. someplace else. Not there. Maybe here. Ah, I found new pictures.
Right, so there's,
Sorry,
That's a tree. That's a tree. Yep, nope, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Let's see. Okay, so see how that's the hill, the mulch and all that where I have, that's in front of the pool. So
Yeah.
I'm taking that out and we're putting retaining wall right underneath the fence. Be about 2.5 to 3 feet. And all this mulch and dirt will be removed and the plants will be transplanted somewhere else.
Okay, so this appears to be a hill right now. You're flattening that out?
Once we put the wall in, it will be flat like the grass. It was like that when we had the pool until I added the hill around it.
Okay.
My
so that's
gardening
gonna
and
get-
stuff. I like to garden, so I have a lot of plants.
Okay, so you're
And
not gonna
see-
maintain this grade, you're gonna flatten it.
Yeah,
Okay,
once they remove that, then it'll be flat. There's inside the pool and there's already a stone wall behind there. See, I have plants there. We're just putting pavers there and I'm moving all the flowers elsewhere around the yard.
you're essentially just
Just
beyond the concrete there, you're just looking to just make that all,
pavers, yeah, because everything, and as much as I love the beauty of the flowers, everything goes into the pool, everything.
okay.
And that's nothing. Keep going. There's a couple others. Keep going. Those are just the trees. Keep going.
that's it.
There
That's-
should be 5 other pictures.
No, That's all I have.
I did the silt wrap and stuff. And the wattles, we had pictures.
Well, the silt fence, any silt fence and wattles, I mean, that needs to be, that should be done with the assistance of Mary, our agent.
Yes,
So-
I talked with Mary on last, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, and
Okay.
told her we were gonna try to have it done for her to come look at it, but I didn't know that you guys were closed Friday. So I just brought in the pictures so that you guys, yesterday, I think, was you would have them for the meeting. There's still more, the contractors will be bringing more to, because with the storms, as you said before with the other person, you can wash stuff away, so we have a lot of extra in case that happens.
Okay, so the tree removal, we understand. Removing of the sod, installation of the pavers, we understand the stone wall going around, the pool. I'm gonna, I mean, in my opinion, I'm gonna be honest with you, Mrs. Regis. I would, instead of the pavers going right up to the top of that slope that goes down to the water, it would be in the best interest of the lake and also for beauty of your property to have say a 1 to 2 foot flower bed or a row of some sort of vegetation that goes between the patio and what is considered your retainer wall to the lake and shoreline.
Yes, I had stated that at the last meeting, I was going to be moving a lot of the hosta and lilies there and some hydrangeas as well. And then they're also putting edging around the pavers to help keep them stable. It's like an edge restraint for the patio.
Yes.
Excuse me.
So
Prevent them
then-
from moving and shifting.
So then what this would adjust the plan that we're looking at by about 2 feet and having.
I allowed, the pavers go about 26 feet and then you see the area between the arrow where I have 26 and the stones?
Yes.
That's where all the plants will go, right in between there.
Yeah, but are
It
there
is probably 1 to 2 feet there, but
And that's gonna run right along the
right
water?
at the top. No, no, the water's down below those rocks.
No, I know, but is it gonna run along, you're talking about that little corner there, but are you
Goes straight, yeah, I'm going across, straight across.
straight
So-
across the property line, right along the water?
Yep, right across, yep, right straight across. So I have the boundary.
Okay.
There'll be gaps in between, of course, for the flowering growth, but yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I mean, you've got you've got some great hostas and you've got some other vegetation and it
Oh,
will
yeah, that's a lot of work. So yeah, I'm not getting rid of that.
provide, the reason that I'm recommending this is it provides a natural buffer.
Right,
What you're looking to do as a patio
yep,
and what would be considered the top of your shoreline.
mm-hmm,
And, you know, like you said, putting in on right at the top of the shoreline there, having, even if it's just little, taking pavers and flipping them on their side in a row all the way down to what is it, your deck on top? I don't, at this little inlet, I'm assuming where that little,
there's a stone wall there, and
your
then there's a deck, just like a small deck sitting on top.
So that makes me a little bit more comfortable instead of having hardscape right to the top of a shoreline.
Oh, yeah, I want to keep the property aesthetically pleasing as well, so definitely.
Okay, so are we thinking a 1 foot or a 2 foot bed that's gonna run that 40-foot
It'll
stretch?
probably easily, with the size of my hoster, Robin saw some of the size of them, they're about 2 to 3 feet wide.
Let's
So,
Yeah, let's call it, 2 to 3 feet of a vegetated buffer,
mhm,
running that 40-foot stretch.
Yep.
That's what we were trying to figure out last time we spoke is how far are you going? Where is this going? And, obviously not everyone goes to, the engineers for plans. You're trying to draw it all out. You did a good job here. We're just trying to understand what this is, what that is, and the important thing here is the grade. And it is very flat there. But what Michelle was saying was how much of material is coming out to put in this small, this small retainer wall around the pool area.
probably
So,
about, I'd say about 4 feet depth if you're going from the top to the bottom where it meets the grass. And the
Yeah.
spot that's at the edge where the stone riprap is, it dips
Yeah.
down the property towards our property, not
Okay.
towards the water. Most of our property, it dips in, and then we have a hill, probably at the edge of the concrete where you meet the house. There's like a little slight hill on our property.
yes.
So
Okay.
that also assists with, as a buffer as well, but it all pretty much pitches down, towards the pool area.
Okay. All right, so with that understanding, so we're doing, you said pervious pavers,
Yes,
and because of their close proximity to the, particularly the patio that you're looking to put in,
mm-hmm,
I would do at least 3 to 6 inches of crushed stone underneath them so that when the water goes through them, everything percolates into the ground. And nothing really, because you're going to understand, you're now taking a kind of a natural system, which is your lawn,
mm-hmm.
and water percolates through it.
Yeah,
And
they're using
naturally,
3/4
it
creek.
naturally cools water. Now you're taking a hot stone that's sitting in the sun, and that hot water, with the lake warming year after year after year, we want that water to go into the ground and naturally cool and
Yes,
not run off.
right. Yeah, they're using 3/4 inch stone and chip stone. And everything will be all underneath. I think they're even going a little bit deeper than what you said to put the stone.
Okay.
So we don't have the frost heaves, etc.
All right, so you've got plantings that you're planning on putting at the shoreline. You agreed to a dogwood or tree to
Yep.
replace coming down.
Yes,
The stump is to remain.
yes.
Now you have, obviously have a contractor doing the retainer wall.
Yes, and the pavers. Well, we have two in mind where we're
Okay.
going between.
Before those contractors, depending upon what the outcome of our meeting is now, you know, before any earth moving, anything starts, you need to meet for a pre-construction meeting with Mary. I
Mhm.
can't express the importance of that. I know you're getting all ramped up and ready to go with the straw wattle and the silt fence, but there are certain procedures of you have to go through in order to, you know, you don't want to jump the gun and then you're in violation of your own order. So,
Does she need to
Commissioner.
meet with the tree company as well, or is that pretty cut and dry?
Nope, that's pretty cut and dry. We would probably just want to see, I'm sure Mary will stop by for an inspection at some point and we'll see that tree. You want to send a photo over to her? But until we vote on this, like you can't, you gotta kind of hold.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Um,
I know that. We're just
so
hoping
Let
for
me
a
ask
vote tonight.
this, commissioners. You know, I'm kind of going through things here. Is there questions, feedback? This is an RDA. We can put a few conditions on this, but an RDA process is not typically what we put conditions on.
The only thing that I was concerned when we went on the site visit was the tree near the lake, and like Mrs. Regis is saying, if it's not, well, okay, and then in addition, they're keeping the stump and they're putting dogwood. So I know I'm really happy about that. Again, we always go to the warming of the lake. And if the Regises remember, a few years ago, there was a big fish kill, and every expert said it's because the lake is getting warmer. And as far as the vegetation that, Joey, you've recommended on the top part of the wall there going to the lake, I can guarantee you Mrs. Regis is going to have this looking exquisite with her green thumb. It's going to, with the vegetation you said. The only thing that's a little controversial during our, that we had talked about when we were there was the Chapter 91 dock. So I don't know if that's still being talked about. But other than that, I think it's going to look beautiful. And
Thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
so we don't have the dock on here, but we can add the dock on here and we can discuss and help you through that process.
I do have, I placed 3 calls to the state to
Yep.
discuss with them, to have them explain to me in more detail the Chapter 91 permit versus the simplified Chapter 91 license. Because by definition, the simplified one seems to be more in definitions what our docks meet, because they're not anchored, et cetera, but the girl I did speak with, everybody is shorthanded, so that was the biggest problem. She was answering for the department, and she would have someone get back to me, and that's been over 2 weeks now.
Most of the state people, Mrs. Regis, because I work with the state, most of the state folks are working from home still. So, you know, the wetlands and waterways department are all, from what I understand, working from home still. So if you left a message, they will get back to you. But there is, that's something I do want to bring up. There's a difference between a 91 license and a 91 permit.
Yeah.
A license is so that you can have your dock. A permit is when you're doing, like say you wanted to put in a retainer wall, that is a permit, a 91 permit. There are two
Right.
different ways of going with it.
Mhm.
You're looking for a license for your dock. So
Yeah.
that's from the state saying, okay, this is a great pond and you're allowed to access the water. But we can assist you with that because you're gonna have to come back and provide the commission with dimensions and all of that stuff. So let's get through this phase and then we'll look at phase 2 of your permit when you're at that point.
Right, I emailed them too, where I sent the RDA and stuff, hoping someone would respond from that as well, but I haven't heard back from someone yet. And I explained in detail, where we were. I sent them my diagram that
How long
I
we've been
submitted
here.
to you, how long we've been here, etc.
Okay.
And one other thing too, the spill kit, Mary had said, that was a condition too. The contractor does bring the 20-gallon spill kit. So that will be here on the site before we ever start any work. And there are no phases. The trees will be done at one point and the pavers and walls will be all done at the same time as well.
Okay, all right. So, commissioners, any other comments, feedback? Mary, are you still on?
Maybe Old Faithful is going.
Yeah, Mary is in Glacial National Park somewhere. I'll be honest with you, with the work that you are presenting, you really this is generally a notice of intent and not an RDA, a request for determination of applicability. We already know that you're in a resource area. You're actually supposed to do an NOI, but what we can do, what I was going to talk with Mary about is on the RDA, what we'll do is we can attach conditions for the project.
Mary had told me to do the RDA with everything that we discussed, so I'm confused.
Okay, well, based on working within the regulations, which is what I do on a daily basis, the permitting process, you should have been an NOI, but regardless. So commissioners, do we have any input on this?
Joey, I'm always uncomfortable when we try to put a lot of conditions on an RDA. So I have to admit, at this point, with dirt being moved and walls being constructed and concrete, pavers being put in, I'm uncomfortable with the RDA.
I will be honest with you, I feel the same way, but if the state feels that it's not appropriate, they'll kick it back and say, take it to the NOI level.
We will register them.
So it might make sense to actually explain to the Regises where we are. So Joey pulled up a flow chart earlier because we're reviewing some process.
Mrs. Regis, you can see my screen, right?
Right now I can, yes.
Okay. So I want to show, and anyone here that is got a filing, this is really a nice flow chart that I use often when I teach or whatnot. And this is the permitting process for RDA, NOI, and what they call ANRADs. So you get a request for determination, there's a legal ad, there's a site visit, and then we have a public meeting. Public meeting is different than a public hearing. A public meeting, the chair can take comments, but it's conducted in a different manner. It's not as formal as a public hearing. Under a public meeting, you're going to have two outcomes. The area of work is not subject to jurisdiction, or the area of work is subject to our jurisdiction, which is the 100 feet. So under your RDA, Mrs. Regis, you are subject to our jurisdiction. So with that, work will not alter resource area. It would be a negative determination of applicability. Work will alter the resource area. That is the project as a whole. You're removing trees, you're taking out greenery, you're putting in hardscape. You're within the jurisdictional resource area. So essentially, the way that it goes is under this filing, you should get a positive determination of applicability, which then sends you to a notice, doing a full-blown notice of intent, where you have to do a legal ad, you have to do a abutter notification, there's a public hearing for your abutters, and then we issue a formal order of conditions on what is appropriate for your project. The difference here is notice under the request for determination It's just deciding whether you're under our jurisdiction or not. There's no room for an order of conditions under this. So essentially, by law, what we need to tell you is that, okay, it's a positive determination of applicability, and now you need to go through a notice of intent process. We've already discussed everything. It's basically, you need to notify your abutters, and then we would put together, you would fall under the performance standards by the state, and then we would issue an order of conditions. And
We
the
already notified all our abutters and handed in the letters.
under an RDA, you don't do that.
I don't know, I just followed the instructions when I went in, and when I spoke with Mary, she gave me what I needed to do.
This is a very small project.
Such a small project, I don't understand.
And it's,
Yeah. I think she might have been a little, she did submit a butter notification, not our typical kind. I hadn't asked her to, but she did with the RDA. She did submit them. We have them in the file.
okay, so is there a way that we can just, I mean, in essence, based on the work, I mean, yeah, when you look at the building of a house versus what's being asked of here, I mean, it's kind of apples and oranges. There's still a lot of altering and earth moving going on here. And
What are they going?
under the regs, that calls for a notice of intent. And
We did that.
sticking
They having a meeting.
an order of conditions on an RDA, you can't hold someone accountable.
No, this.
I was told to do the RDA. I filed the RDA. They had sketch and everything that I was doing, so I'm very confused now why this has all changed since the last meeting. They
No.
knew I had filed the RDA at the first meeting.
You did whatever was supposed to be done.
I did whatever we was told to do in order to go. They came and did a site visit. We spoke with Robin and Dan. I'm getting more confused now. It's like more things are added every time we come before
No,
the
that's not gonna
board.
happen.
We're not adding anything here. We're actually having a good civil conversation of your project, which unfortunately, I'm sorry about, didn't happen the last time due to public input and comment, which shouldn't happen. So
The same.
what I'm showing you is the proper process of an RDA. So Mary, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So she basically, I mean, if she did a butter notifications, then they're there. How can we flip this just to an NOI for her?
Well, she would, I mean, it's a different, paperwork and a different fee. And I'm not sure, I mean, I would have to look at the abutter notification. It was, or Jackie, did you go around and have your neighbors sign a piece of paper? I'm trying to remember how you did it. Or did you send something through the mail?
No, it was a weekend, so I just went into their driveways and they were.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, everyone
Yeah.
was still outside and they all signed them, told them what we were doing, and none of them even really cared. But yeah, we did all that like you had asked so that we would have that. I mean, I did whatever I was told
They
to do.
publicize it. They
It was all
advertise it.
publicized. I'm just confused. And I've watched other meetings too for other requests and that have done pavers and the same thing really what I'm doing other than cutting the trees down, and no NOI was, to my knowledge, had to be done other than an RDA. So I'm very confused.
I-
Well,
What is required now?
I think we're getting kind of off track here a little bit. The RDA process is for us to determine if you need to file an NOI or not. It's not an either or situation. You do the RDA, either you need to file an NOI or you don't. That's what the RDA process determines. And that's the point where we are at this time.
Okay, but why wasn't that determined on the 7th then? Nothing's really changed other than providing more forms.
Well, some people can go straight to an NOI. That's a possibility, but most people would prefer to have it decided beforehand whether they need to do that or not. And that's what the RDA process does.
And an RDA process is typically something that is a minor project, like you're installing a deck or you're not working as close to the resource area. I mean, you've got retainer walls going in, there's going to be equipment there. There's, you know,
We're only using a small skid. We're not having big equipment here other than with the tree removal.
I'm gonna be honest with you, the state doesn't look at it that way. The state looks at what is happening within the jurisdiction of 100 feet of one of our bodies of water and what could possibly happen. What is that alteration going to do? And some of the stuff that you're proposing
Zero.
is, you know, particularly the patio that's, you know, you're transitioning a natural area to.
We're taking a pause. Which is a better game than what
Do I need an NOI as well?
Do I need an NOI or not?
In all actuality, if you were to call the state and say, this is what I plan on doing, the state would tell you you need an NOI.
How come I haven't heard from them yet, but with regards to my RDA?
Because they haven't reviewed your project.
It's been over a month. We're gonna be into fall before this project even gets underway.
Yeah, it seems like people get things done before us.
That's what we're doing here tonight.
We're moving you through the process. I mean, we could have gotten to this last week if things, unfortunately, or the week before, if things didn't kind of go astray. So, Mary, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right, so in order to get a clear order of conditions, is there a way that, I mean, we can use her butter notifications and then next meeting, just open a public hearing and give her that we've already discussed this and we can give appropriate conditions and then they're on their way?
Well, she would we can't issue an order of conditions without her filling out the notice of intent forms, and those need to be sent to the state, et cetera, et cetera. So we, as you know, we can do.
With an RDA, you can have a DEP number. DEP drives by on a boat or it drives through your neighborhood and they see machinery near the water and they don't see a DEP number. I mean, it comes back, you gotta understand the legal requirement comes back to us and the board. So what would you suggest I mean, should we do a positive determination and go down the notice of intent process, Mary?
You guys got to figure that out. I mean, we can put some conditions on an RDA, but we can't do everything on an RDA. So that's kind of up to you, the board, to figure out.
Well, I am one person, and so commissioners, do we feel comfortable doing 5 to 6 bullet points of conditions on an RDA? How do we want to handle this?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you at all because somebody had like wind playing or something.
That's Mary. She just muted.
Oh, okay. Could you repeat what you said, Joe?
So are we comfortable doing a few conditions on an RDA, or should we follow the correct path of going to a full NOI and conditioning the project?
If we put conditions on the RDA, how many conditions are we looking at?
Well, we would need to make sure erosion controls are in place and remain in place. We would need to make sure that plantings are done along areas that are demarcated. We need to make sure that the spill kit is on site as long as machinery is there. That the agreed upon tree is there. We would need to, there's removal of the tree at the near the shoreline. You know, we would need to make sure that whoever's doing that uses proper protocol for making sure that you know, bucket truck or what have you doesn't end up in the lake. Pervious pavers are going to be used, appropriately sized, and crushed stone underneath them.
Hi. The plantings I can't do until the pavers are done because they'll end up digging them back up where the grass is going to be done. So I have to wait for them to put the edging in. Then I'm putting my plantings in front on that top of the wall there. As far as the dirt that's in front of where the wall's going, it's going to be a lot more secure around that area with the retaining wall around the pool. And all the plants are staying.
It's eroding.
So if we go the route of an RDA, we lose some of the standard conditions like a pre-construction meeting, checking the erosion controls, all the best management practices.
There
Right?
are
All of our
19
standard conditions are lost if we decide to go in the.
The 19 standard performance standards. Yes, 19 boiler.
But you can add the conditions that were already discussed that Mary told me were needed as far as the spill kit that you required, because all that was provided to me from Mary, all of your conditions that you wanted for this meeting. The certified letter from the arborist, the erosion control is there. I sent the pictures. I don't know why you don't have them. And they could definitely come out for a site visit tomorrow and see. And the contractor will have additional erosion control due to weather if anything would wash away. The floodplain was provided. There's no list of sequence of events. The spill kit will be provided. So I've already provided everything that you requested, the contour lines, everything that were your conditions. I have no problem with you adding the conditions onto the RDA so that we can still move forward with our project. Because definitely it's our valued property that we're taking care of, that of course we want it to remain safe. It's our investment. And as Robert and Dan both saw, we definitely take well care of our lawn and the water and everything. You know, we used riprap. We didn't have concrete put into the lake to install, you know, that type of wall. We kept it natural with the stone riprap walls and reusing rocks from the lake to put them up there. So whatever you need to add for conditions so we can move forward with our project is what we're looking for and requesting of all of you today.
So we lose the ability for a certificate of compliance when we do an RDA and not an NOI. So I think my opinion is pretty clear. I don't know.
Is the certificate of compliance just to come out and view the job when it's done?
Excuse me, Mrs. Regis. I have a question of the commissioners.
What's the question?
We do lose that ability, and the performance standards of the state, 19 built-in performance standards on an order of condition for safety and security and for accountability is no longer there because it doesn't go on an RDA.
So Robin, my question was how you feel and Dan and Clarissa are feeling about this.
I honestly think that we should have said this to them last week so they could have gotten started. As far as the site visit we had, I was very upfront with the tree and they fixed that, but I'm I'm gonna have to go that I think they deserve the RDA. So I know everything isn't perfect, but I do want to make sure they get the chapter 91 done. But
Which we
really-
can't require under an RDA.
Yeah, that's another thing we can't require, which is required by the state.
They would have to go through another entire process for that.
But they could do that.
They
but
should
they've
go through the
already-
proper process.
I know, but
I don't think we should cut corners. I think that sets a bad precedent. Even if it takes them a little longer, I feel bad about that, but I
I
think
just think the
that should
onus
be the
was on
priority.
us that we should have told them last week, and they would have had, it's not even last week, it's 2 weeks ago.
We never arrived at a decision during that meeting.
I know that, but, you know, there was a lot going on at that meeting too.
Yep.
But that's only, again, that's only my opinion. So,
Excuse me, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Michelle, are you the neighbor to the job that's being done on 33 Lakeside Ave, or is that another board member?
Why is that relevant to this?
Wakefield, I'm sorry, Wakefield Ave.
That question isn't appropriate to
Oh.
your project.
No, well, I'm just asking if an NOI was required for that project.
An NOI, I can tell you an NOI was required for that project.
Okay, thank you for answering.
Most filings that are done on the lake are NOIs. Particularly if they are, if there's earth moving going on.
All right, so then that should definitely be something that as soon as people come forward with something from the lake that they're told to do an NOI from the start, not even go through an RDA. Because it's wasted so much time because you were closed down for the COVID and then, so the meetings were delayed.
We were open for COVID. We've been meeting.
There was a month, I think, that there was no meetings prior to the June 7th.
That was
I believe.
long ago.
no, we had meetings all along.
I
This
can
is
assure
just-
you that
Yeah, we never missed a meeting since.
Most commissions,
ever.
most commissions didn't.
We've been here on Zoom, so we were fine.
All right, so. at this-
Folks, let me jump in here, Joey. I think we've gone through the RDA process, which was to determine if this project will have an impact on the resource area. And I think we all agree that it will and does, which means that we need to find a positive determination. And so I make that motion that we find the positive determination to 54 Bates Point Road.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Do we have a second on that motion? The motion has been put on the table to move this to an NOI.
Second.
Clarissa with the second.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
No,
Mr. Duto,
As much as I wish I didn't have to, yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
I agree with Dan as much as I don't have to. Yes, I mean, it's a yes. It needs to move to an NOI.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
All right, so 54 Bates Point Road. Has been moved to, has received a positive determination and needs to move to an NOI. So, Mrs. Regis, you're gonna have to contact, Mary is not back for another week. Kelly is in the office and she can get you moving on things with that. That way you're on the next meeting and hopefully we can get things all squared away for you by the next meeting.
And when is the next meeting? That's a month, isn't it? Or 2 weeks?
no, 2 weeks. It's in 2 weeks.
Mhm.
And you'd be,
All right, so, all right, so we need to continue to move on here, folks, so we can get through our agenda.
The
So,
next, excuse me, Joey, the next meeting, I believe, unless you guys change your minds, is July 19th because of the
Right.
4th.
It's a month.
Wasn't it July 8th?
July 19th.
Why isn't it July 8th?
Joke.
Oh, Mary's away, right, sorry.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you guys can still do it without me, but it's whatever you guys decide to do.
July 19th.
And that's going to be decided at either at the end of this meeting or whatever. Right now, it's July 19th. I need to keep this agenda moving so we're not here like we were last time. So
So who will in the office be able to explain to me the NOI process, please?
you can talk with Kelly. She understands the NOI process. Mary will be back in a week.
Kelly can explain it pretty well. I will not. I'm gone for longer, but Kelly can help you with it.
All right, so moving on, public hearings, notices of intent, NOIs, reading. We've got 23 Bates Point Road. I'm sorry, excuse me. This is Doug LaBelle is the applicant. Michael McDonald's the owner. Construction of a single family home. This is continued from May 6th. Do we have Mr. LaBelle or Mr. McDonald on?
I don't believe either one of them are here, but I'm Leslie Wilson, the engineer on the project, here represented.
Okay.
All right, Joey, let me just, sorry to interrupt, but this hearing has been, it hasn't really been continued. It's never been opened, actually. We never opened it, so you might want to just mention that. This is the first time we've heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, we still don't have a DEP number. We don't know why. We applied for one back in March. So we still don't have a DEP number. So that's why we keep getting continued.
The office is backed up. As I mentioned earlier, I work with the state government and they are significantly in the central office. They're backed up.
No, we understand that, but I just wanted to put that out there in the front just to.
Are you looking for a continuation until you have your DEP number?
I mean, if you guys can't hear it without the DEP number, then we would look for a continuation. If we can talk about it, we will. It's up to you guys.
We won't be able to close out the project.
Right. Without it, yes.
Yeah.
I believe from the comments I've received from the town, we've made all the changes that have been asked.
Okay.
So I think the plans are pretty much done and ready to go. We're just waiting on that number.
Getting the number. Also, there's comments from DEP.
Right. We could also have comments from them that we don't have yet. That's correct. Yeah.
If we want to, I'm sure you'll have a number hopefully by the 19th. So why don't we go ahead and why don't we hear this? Let's see what you've got. Michelle, do you want to put up 23 Point Road?
I'm sorry, 1 second. Mary, why on the projects under review, it says this one is continued to a date in August. So I'm a little confused.
Oh, this was that.
Kelly may have been confused on that. I don't know. Kelly does this. Kelly puts the stuff on the website, so she may have been confused on that.
All right, so. All right, so this is the plan.
So under existing conditions, it's a vacant site.
Yeah.
There's nothing there. So that's not much there to talk about. Under proposed, there's a proposed house with a garage and proposed deck, all within the setbacks. we are within the buffer to the lake, which is, one of, what we're dealing with here. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. There's kind of a weird up front. If you look, there's a drain inlet up by the road at the
Yes.
driveway. There's a drain inlet and a catch basin.
Mhm.
We believe that drain inlet connects to the catch basin, and then that catch basin goes straight out into the lake. It's existing. We didn't put it there. It's outside of the building footprint, so we wouldn't need to touch it. We're not proposing to do anything with it. When we get out there and start digging, we'll know exactly what is happening with those pipes.
Well, before you start any kind of earth moving, obviously, you'll be doing a site walk with,
Right.
but you need to get in touch with Kenny Pizzetti.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have Kenny's information, please call the building department office and find out if there is an easement there.
I believe Doug already did that. Doug LaBelle already did that, and there was no easement. There was just the pipe.
You need to know where that pipe is, how it's situated on the property, because then if it's busted, we need to make sure that it's appropriate.
I mean, there's really no way for us to know that without digging it up.
Kenny could have some sort of historical information on that.
Okay, we'll touch base with him.
All right.
So other than that weird pipe situation, all the typical erosion controls are on the plan. The hay bales are moved back as requested to be farther from the stream, the lake edge. The spill kits are shown.
I'm sorry, where in the plan are your straw wattles?
They are the thick line that's a dash, dot, dot, dash.
Sorry, I just brought up the erosion control plan, Joey.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Sorry. Okay. So if you look down by the lake edge, about 30 feet off, there's a thicker line that's dash, dot, dot, dash. That's showing our erosion control around the sides and property along the lake.
Well, it looks like it should be coming back a bit closer to that 480 mark, which would be...
Yeah, it's right about at the 40-80 mark.
Yeah, it should be a bit further closer to the dwelling and not right at the shoreline.
So,
I think we had it back there because we're putting in that Cultec system behind the house. But I can pull it back closer up near the garage, kind of swing it in and move it closer to the buildings.
I think on both sides you're good. I'm just not, the erosion control in the back, which is, we can work with Mr. LaBelle and others on tucking that back in to closer to the 482. If it's gonna move for a day or two to get that Cultec in and then go back.
Okay, yes.
That would be fine. I'm sure
Yeah, I'm sure he'd have no problem with that.
Or do you, anyone else have feedback on that?
well, I'm wondering about that 30% of natural vegetation that's supposed to be untouched in Lake Residential.
I think the plan that you guys have doesn't show my revised line. I did move, because this one that I'm seeing on the screen right now looks like that hay bale line is right up against the lake. I did push it up and added a note that said that there needed to be a 30% existing vegetation buffer maintained along the edge of the lake. So I think that this is a older plan.
It's not necessarily the lake, but on the actual lot itself.
Yes,
Preferably on the
I can see it on this plan that this is not the most recent plan. I
We need to-
sent in a new plan,
Yeah,
I believe either yesterday or this morning.
Okay, we need to see those at least a minimum of 5 business days prior, so that the entire board has time to review.
Okay, yeah, I spoke,
We can't close this out tonight anyway, because you have no number. But
right, right.
At least we're getting an idea
Yep.
as to what you're planning and where, what we're looking at, and feedback from the board, so that you can, if you need to make further adjustments. But
Yes, yes,
looking at that, seeing that erosion line come back to about the 482, that's knowing how much vegetation is, because this is a fairly small lot with a large house on it.
right,
That's an important point.
okay,
The Lake District, you have to keep 30% of the natural vegetation there.
yes,
Most of it should be within the shoreline, but, I'm thinking that probably in that lower right corner where it says lot area,
right,
if there are
Yeah.
trees or whatnot, that could stay, that would be ideal.
yeah, the trees we did locate that were bigger are shown on the plan, but they're all within the building footprint. Except for one in the front that may be able to stay. It's kind of right in front of the stairway into the home.
Okay, so we've got a Caltech, and
So how far is the house from the shore? I can't tell.
From the shore, hold on, I've got it open in AutoCAD so I can tell you. It is about 27 feet from the shore.
And do we have wetland flags on this? I don't see them on the plan.
I don't have wetland flags, no.
Do we need them, Joey?
well, our job is to make sure that the wetland has been delineated accurately. But knowing where the 480 mark is and where the mean high water mark is would be important, more so the mean high water mark, that the back doesn't get flooded.
Does this answer the floodplain question with just having the 480 on here?
She's got the 480, so that's the floodplain, so that would probably be sufficient for a minimum setback requirement.
I think we also usually require the 25 and the 100-foot buffer marks, right?
Yeah, we do. The
The
25.
100 foot's shown on there, the 25 is not. I can add that on.
Is the 100 in the street? It looks like it might be. I don't see the
The
100.
100 foot's almost to the street. It's
Yeah.
probably about 10 feet
Yeah.
from the street.
But the 28.7 that I'm seeing, it looks like you're right at, like right at the water.
Oh, if I did the 25 foot,
Oh, I'm seeing 28.7. The other thing to remember with this, folks, from site visit, this is a very flat lot. Do we know if the finished grade is going to be higher, or is it planning to stick around 482?
the top of concrete for the home is 483.5 and the garage is 483. And 482 runs pretty much almost through the center of the site.
Okay.
So it's not a giant change in grade. It's,
Okay.
Do we have impervious calculations? Not that I'm the impervious calculation person, but
I thought they were on the plan. Yes, they're on the first page. Which actually, yeah, so they're on the first page. Existing impervious area 0 because it's vacant. The total impervious under proposed is 4,131 square feet, which is 36% of the total site area.
okay.
So that includes driveway, walkways, deck,
Yes.
everything.
Yep. It includes the deck, the house, the walkways, the garage, driveway.
No proposed shed or anything like that on here?
There's no proposed shed, no.
Okay. Now the Cultec unit, how big is the Cultec unit and to what? What standard of data rainfall did you use? Is it?
We used 1 inch rainfall to calculate the volume for the Cultec. So we just did the 1 inch first flush.
Okay.
And we're proposing a 180 HD Cultec, and it's about 28 by 8 feet in size. 28 feet by 8 feet ish.
Just out of curiosity, what program did you use to calculate that rainfall?
I used a spreadsheet I've been using for years. I honestly don't know who. I've been using it for 20 years, so I honestly don't know who
Could you
created it.
Could you, before the next meeting?
Yes, send you a copy of that.
Can you cross-check the calculation with what they call Atlas 14?
Yes, yep.
The state is moving towards using Atlas 14.
Yeah, we've been using Atlas 14 on all of our projects. But I did not use it on this one because I wasn't doing like a full drainage design, but I will cross-check it with those numbers.
And if there's any adjustments, I would just make sure that you adjust it, change it, and then get us the new plans a few days, at least 5 days prior would be great.
Okay, no problem.
Then, so for now, you've got your track mat in there, stockpile. Do I see in the front?
It should be in the front of the house. Yeah.
Covered overnight and during inclement weather. You get an award for that.
Thank you.
And I would urge a straw wattle around that, please, too.
Okay.
When it's not being, obviously in usage or moved or whatnot. The porta potties in the front, which is great. It's not near the water. Spill kits on there. Folks, anything else with this one?
Joey, there's a note in Mary's review that the details say there's 2 Cultecs.
There's just the one Cultec.
Okay, so I would have to check the.
So we'll have to check to make sure, but she's gonna rerun. She's gonna rerun the 1 inch against Atlas 14, which.
Yep.
To make sure that it's appropriately sized.
Yeah, I was just, just looking at Mary's notes and wondering what the notes are in the plan. Maybe it mentions 2 in one of the notes.
Great.
Yeah, no, there's just one Cultec, so.
All right, so I'm sure we can ask Kelly to get us those new plans. We'll review them.
Okay.
And before we motion to continue this, commissioners, any other questions, concerns with this? One thing, Leslie, is I'm assuming that there's gonna be a dock with this property?
Yes, we're aware of the fact that they'll have to get a separate permit for the dock. And it is, I believe in one of Mary's notes, she said, in continuing with that vegetation along the shoreline, that there could be a small opening to be able to access the dock, and that they'll have to get the permit for the dock when they're ready to put that in.
And the dock needs to be 25 feet off of each, under chapter 91. The dock needs to be 25 feet off of each property line. That's the
Okay, the
gold.
sideline property lines.
Yep, that's the gold standard. Obviously, every property is sized differently, so
Right.
I would probably, obviously see where that potential dock would be and maybe update your plans.
Okay,
And so that we can see the exact dimensions of the waterfront and where that dock will be.
okay. Yeah, he's got 100 feet there, so he should have no problem keeping it 25 feet off both sidelines, so.
Terrific. Now I got one question about, is it possible on the plan to move the porta potty out of the 100-foot buffer zone, maybe to the upper left corner?
Yeah, no problem.
That way it's also away from that storm drain.
Yes. Okay.
Is there gonna be anything under the deck?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking and talking instead of waiting till I'm done thinking. I'm looking at the proposed deck. What's gonna be
Yes.
under it?
What's gonna be under the deck?
Yep.
Nothing that I'm aware of.
Well, I'm assuming this is the Webster standard of a walkout basement with 2 floors. So the deck is usually raised by a walkout basement.
Right. I honestly don't know the answer to that question. I'd have to speak with Doug about that and the owner.
Yeah, if you can find out, that would be great.
Yes, that could mess with your impervious.
Right, yeah.
And I just
I mean,
want
would it be double counted? If I'm counting the deck as impervious, if it was paved underneath it, would that like double count?
I don't think so. No, I think if you count the deck, I don't know, Joey, we've never been asked that question.
yeah, that's well, with the deck, water is, even though it is impervious, water is able to percolate through it. But if you did solid concrete underneath, it would be considered.
Right, but I think I already counted the area of the deck in the
I think it's gonna be the
calcs.
same area. Michelle.
But I'll double check that when I
You will check
redo the
that.
calcs for the atlas. I'll double check that.
Yes, that would be great. So, and Karen, who's not able to speak, thank you very much for that input on the porta potty. Great idea. All right, commissioners, anything else? Keep moving here.
Good.
All right, so then our next meeting, Leslie, is the 19th of July, sorry.
19th, okay.
So if I would mark a calendar, I do not believe we'll be doing one on the 8th. That is, a lot of folks are away with the 4th of July holiday.
Right, yeah.
Holiday week. So maybe just, put that on your calendar, and then I just need someone from the board to make an official motion to continue this to July 19th.
I'll make that motion.
Second,
Clarissa with the first, Dan with the second.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
All right, Leslie, nice to meet you. Any questions, please contact our building department. Mayor will be away for a little bit longer, another week or so. Kelly can help you out with any particular questions. Any updated plans, please get them, or information from Doug, the builder, please let us know.
Will do. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, folks, next up here, 20 Tanner Road, next generation development, installation of a new septic system. Dan, do you have a reading for us?
I do. In accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public hearing is being held on a notice of intent filed by NXT Gen Development LLC for the installation of a new septic system at 20 Tanner Road.
So do we have a representative for 20 Tanner Road with the septic upgrade? Or, excuse me, new septic system. 20 Tanner Road. I'm gonna do one last call on 20 Tanner Road. Otherwise, you're gonna have to go to the bottom of the list and I'll call one last time. All right, moving on. 5 Beacon Road, Scott and Nancy Bigelow, the applicant's construction of a new addition to a single family home. Dan, do you have a reading for us on that?
In accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public hearing is being held on a notice of intent filed by Scott and Nancy Bigelow for the construction of an addition at 5 Beacon Road.
All right, do we have a representative for 5 Beacon Road?
Yes, Scott Morrison from Acrotech here.
Hi, Scott, how you doing?
Great, and yourself?
Good, and I'm sorry, you were from what?
Ecotech.
Ecotech. Jeez, what a company. How's Paul doing?
Doing well.
I know Paul very well. So, all right, why don't you take us through what you're doing?
So it's an existing single-family house. A number of years ago, a tree had fallen down and crushed and demolished the back portion of the house, and that was subsequently removed. The proposed project consists of reconstruction of that addition, and in doing so, between the existing house and the Webster Lake, there's a concrete pad that takes up pretty much the entire property back there. So the proposals to, they've got to lower the grades a little bit there. So they're proposing to remove that saw cut that concrete pad along the existing retaining wall along Webster Lake, remove that, revegetate the area with loam, seed, lawn. There's also proposed a small concrete pad at the exit of the proposed addition with some concrete pavers. They've also, because they're lowering the grades in the backyard and saw cutting the wall in the corner of the lot, it's the eastern corner of the lot, they need to actually saw cut down and lower the retaining wall some to allow it to drain. So if you get a heavy rain, it's going to drain back towards the lake. But they're substantially increasing the amount of impervious surface on that site and just simply reconstructing the portion of the building that was demolished several years ago by the tree that had fallen down. During construction, they're proposing silt fence. Because they can't install it with the concrete slab, they propose to install it along the edge of the Webster Lake, just beyond the retaining wall. Once the concrete slab is saw cut and removed, they'll take that and reinstall it right along that saw cut line. So up above that retaining wall, they'll reinstall that erosion control barrier. That will be maintained during construction until all areas are fully stabilized, and then they'll be removed. I'd be happy to answer questions if the commission has any at this point.
Are we looking to put in a turbidity curtain in the water?
There's actually like a small gap, and we were proposing silt fence along that. The silt fence only needs to be installed there while they're doing the saw cutting of that slab. As soon as that's saw cut and removed, they'll install a silt fence on the house side of that retaining wall, and then it'll drop down. So there's only kind of one area where any flow will go down is where they're cutting that, but there will be erosion control barrier consisting of silt fence and straw wattles at that location.
Now, I can't actually see how wide of where you're cutting into the slab, how wide is that going to be between the current retainer wall and where you're proposing a new lawn?
It's about 3 feet or so. It's just along the top of that retaining wall. So cut back about 3 feet, and from there back to that proposed pavers will all be lawn.
Okay. Now with the finished grade of the lawn, we require at least a minimum of 3 inches. So there'll be a lip there for the finished grade to the top of that retainer.
Yeah, let me look and see if I can get the top of wall elevation for you. Yeah, so the top of wall's like 482 and a half.
Okay.
The proposing 482, so you'll have like a 6 inch or less gap.
Okay.
Keep in mind that you do in one section, it's gonna allow it to drain over, so there will be, it'll be pretty much flush at one end, but otherwise there'll be that gap.
Okay. Now, what kind of pavers are you planning on putting in?
I think simply concrete pavers
Okay.
is what they were proposing.
If we're doing basic concrete pavers, are we able to space them out a little bit further and put a little extra crushed stone underneath them to get drainage?
Yes, that's what's proposed as it's shown on the plan. They've got pavers with some spaces in between for some infiltration.
Okay. Now that proposed cement concrete landing at the doors, is that part of is that going to be left from the existing concrete, or are you just going to pour a new one?
I think they need to pour a new one just
Okay.
because of the grade elevation changes for that addition.
Okay. Now, so there's a walk to, am I seeing a walk to the left-hand side there? Is there anything changing with that walkway down to the water?
No, that will remain as is.
Okay. And that's where their dock is?
Yes.
Okay. As part of the filing, are we rolling the Chapter 91 filing for the dock into this?
Well, as you know, any Chapter 91, there's an existing dock. I don't know what the status is, whether they've got Chapter 91 approval or not. I can look into that. And as you know, it's a separate application that would need to be made.
Well, it's usually done separately as an RDA, but what we do in Webster is on a regular RDA or on an NOI, we put it in with the same, kind of sort of bundle it in with the project. And then there's, the permit's 3 years, so the sooner you get that in, the better to us, but it's under the same umbrella as part of the project.
Yeah, you know what? We don't have a DEP file number, so why don't I look into the status of that dock to determine if they've got Chapter 91 approval or not.
probably guarantee you, because 95% of the docks on this great pond are not licensed through the state. So you're going to end up finding that you're going to need to license it. So, and then if you're familiar with Chapter 91, depending upon how old that dock is and where it's located, it may need to shift a little bit away from the setback of the neighbor. That's the only thing.
Okay, I'll look into it in between now and the next meeting. We got plenty of time.
Absolutely, absolutely. So commissioners, questions on this particular project?
Yeah, quick question. If I'm seeing this correctly, the current concrete slab goes right to the top of the wall. And in fact, covers the top of the wall. And the plan is to cut the inland side of it away and leave a strip of concrete along the top of the wall as a cap. Does that sound correct?
That's correct. The only exception to that is on the easterly side, they need to actually lower that wall some, because if they don't, the whole backyard would pond if you got a major rain event. So it'll remain as a cap, and then they'll saw cut out a portion of that slab to lower it on the eastern portion of that retaining wall.
Right, and on that side, it shows the portion of the lawn. I'm assuming it's landscaped to provide a swale that leads down to that eastern portion of the wall.
That's correct, yes.
Commissioners, any other questions here?
Yeah, I'm a little confused about this. I think I heard that the wall would be six inches-ish above the grass and then would become even with it. Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct. Yeah, so essentially the easterly portion, they've got a saw cut and lower that so that when you get a heavy rain event, any excess water from the rear yard would be able to spill over that concrete wall.
I don't think we ever allow anyone to spill over their wall. So that's hitting me. That's confusing. And to have a retaining wall that's flush with the lawn is not something we usually allow either.
I guess the alternative, I guess the engineering issue would be that the last thing you want is any considerable amount of water behind a wall, because it ends up pushing that wall out. So if you don't allow any water to escape that area, whether it be over that wall or some type of pipe system, you run the risk of having that whole wall getting pushed out, collapsing.
I'm not sure how it's usually handled. I don't know if whether it weeps through someplace lower in the wall, because I think what we're looking for is some kind of ground penetration as opposed to flowing over a wall, because it'll take sediment and everything else with it into the lake.
Well, the proposal is to make it lawn, so it would be fully stabilized. So you wouldn't have any areas that were unstabilized or driveways or anything flowing to this area. So, the soils are very good there. I would expect that, you're going to get a significant amount of infiltration. You may very rarely get any flow actually to flow over that wall. It's more as just kind of an emergency, whereas, you've got really sandy soils, kind of a very small watershed. So I would expect much of that water to infiltrate, just presumably in, major rain events where you may get a little bit of spillover.
Other quick question, in that particular location, well, maybe along the whole thing, what is the shoreline composed of? Is that sand or stone or gravel, or what is the water bottom like right in front of that wall? I'm asking, it sounds like it'll be in a heavy rain, there'd be a little waterfall going over there.
Yeah, it's like coarse gravel. I've got a photo of it.
I'm trying to
pull up share the screen.
What if there were a hole? I mean, like in a typical wall, what if there were some holes drilled into it? rather than allowing water to just, in a torrential event, just spill over, that's possibly, either way, you're gonna end up with some sort of, if someone uses contaminants on their lawn. But the idea is to get everything to perk into the lawn and to the ground, not just spill over and into the lake. And that's what we've been pretty successful with doing, is not having just this sheet flow right off into the lake.
Yeah, so if you look at this photo that's up on the screen, it's a very small area. It's just in between, this retaining wall and that house. So you've only got, it's probably 20 feet or so that would be turned to grass. So you're not talking any substantial amount of water.
Dan, did you need to see other pictures?
Now, where that picnic table is that going to be converted to lawn as well, or are they leaving that as a pad?
That's proposed to remain as a pad.
Michelle, were you able to advance any of the photographs so we can see a little bit closer?
Yep.
So I'm seeing a pipe there. Do we know where that comes from?
I'm guessing it's probably comes from, there's probably some stone behind that wall. You generally want, weep holes or any water that gets behind that to be able to seep out.
Okay.
Where does the runoff from the house go?
I think the runoff from the house would shed as you're looking at the house in this photo, the left side, it would sheet down and kind of flow like roughly where the stairs would be, down onto that pad. The other side would just sheet flow into existing lawn, and I think maybe even flow onto the neighbor's property and come out where you can see the end of the wall where the stones are.
Over here.
So really the only portion of this that would flow over that wall would be just between, the cut cap of the wall and then the edge of the home.
But a portion of, it looks like there's a gutter, a portion of the house would flow in that same spot, right?
Yeah, I think right now it flows across onto the neighbor's property is actually a little bit lower. So I think it would flow across onto that lawn.
Well, is there a way that we can do some sort of, is connecting all of the downspouts or connecting a majority of the downspouts and get them into a dry well or something like that?
We can look into that. I can ask the engineer to look into infiltration.
That would be beneficial because the idea is we want to keep everyone's water on their own property when possible.
I'll certainly look into that.
Out of curiosity, Scott, have you received a DEP file number?
No, unfortunately, like I think many others tonight, I've sent emails and have received no response. So I'm hoping by July 19th or so we'll have received that.
Okay. All right, so commissioners, I haven't been to this site. Are those all granite blocks?
Yes.
Well, okay.
Let me flip them on.
And these photos, I think, show that the back portion of the house that was demolished. So I think these are photos from.
Yeah, the
Looks
daughter
like
nearly got killed in the house from the tree. She was in the basement when the tree came down.
Oof.
Yeah, it was a close one.
All right, so commissioners, do we have, Scott's gonna check on the ability to put in a dry well so that the stormwater runoff can at least be mitigated in that aspect. Chapter 91, he's gonna check on that. We talked about the, at least, 3 to 6 inch below finished grade there. I think just the one sticky point was just some sheet flow over that far easterly corner there.
We have a spill kit. I don't see it, but I could be missing it.
Yeah, the spill, do you have a, obviously there's gonna be heavy equipment there, Scott. We require a 55-gallon spill kit to be on site when there's equipment there.
Yeah, we can certainly provide that. That's not a problem.
I would, if there's gonna be a porta potty there, that should probably be out in the front driveway away from the resource area. Aside from any cutting, I know that you're looking, you're doing the back end there, but aside from the cutting of the stone, all the cutting of inorganic material should be on the opposite side of the house. That stuff would be in your order of conditions anyway.
Yep.
All right, commissioners, anything else before we have to issue a continuation to July 19th on this?
I'm good.
Aside from lawn, are they planning on putting in any other plantings or flowers, anything like that, some vegetation?
I'm not aware of any. I could follow up and ask that question to see if they plan on doing any of those.
Okay. All right, commissioners, if we don't have anything else, let's press on. Can I get a motion of continuance? Scott, do you have anything before I hit a motion of continuance on this?
No, I think I'll do a continuation. We'll request a continuation. The only thing I did note is that there was a message that Jay Du Bois was here for the previous application. I guess he was on the call but could not.
Yes, I'm gonna call, I'll call that back up.
Okay.
We're in the, he's gonna probably end up having to go back into the queue at the end, so.
Okay.
Sorry, Jason, so. All right, so, thank you for that. So folks, can we get a motion of continuation?
Make the motion.
All right, Clarissa with the first,
Second.
Dan with the second,
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
I have to recuse myself.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
All right. Scott, please tell Paul that Joey said hi from Webster.
Will do. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Thank you. All right, so let me see here. Jason, you were not able to talk to us earlier. So are you able to talk to us now about installation of a new septic system at 20 Tanner?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I was on the phone earlier and for some reason I kept yelling and nobody could hear me.
We're yelling loud enough.
What's that?
We're yelling loud enough.
Yeah.
All right. So Michelle, could you please bring that up? Give me a second. So talk to us so we can keep moving here. How?
Okay, so 20 Tanner Road, it is owned by Next Gen Development. It's a existing dwelling, a 3-bedroom dwelling that has a failed septic system. They are rehabilitating the house and the septic system failed. So we're proposing a new septic system. You can see the leach field is located between the house and Tanner Road. And the tanks are located on the northern side of the house between the property line and the house. There is a BVW in the back of the property, pretty much right along the tree line where the trees meet the existing lawn area. The septic system is outside the 50-foot buffer zone. The tanks are located, I believe it's about 35 feet away from the wetland. That's where the existing tank is currently now. We've pretty much done the best we could on this lot. We've used up every kind of square inch of lawn area between the house and the road. And there's just no room to put the tanks there. We do have erosion control shown coming off the back corner of the house to the property line and then running up to the street.
Okay.
So that's pretty much it. I mean, again, we don't have a DEP number on this. I don't know what the deal is with that. So I guess we'll have to continue as well anyways.
Are the erosion controls going all the way around and up, say the southern side as well?
It is not, there's a driveway there. But I could certainly add another row from the house to the road on that section as well.
I think securing it in a perfect U right around
Yeah.
that house.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you this, between Tanner Road and your leach field, what do you have going on between there? Is there any kind of stormwater swale?
No, it's just a flat lawn.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
And
flat right out to the road.
I believe it's 30 feet back from the roadway. It's not sort of an overlapping jurisdiction, but just I would make sure that you're meeting the health department regs, which I think is 30-foot setback, just so you know.
From a roadway?
On the roadway, cross-check that with the health department, but I'm pretty sure that a leach field and a system needs to be at least 30 feet back.
Okay, I know it's 10 feet from a property line. I don't know that there's any setback to a road, but we are asking for local upgrade approvals through the Board of Health as well, so it'll be.
With a roadway, you've got runoff, so if something, I know it's just a leach field, but if something were to go astray, you've got stormwater and you've got everything that is with the septic system. But I talked to them probably about 2 years ago about a septic system that I thought was too close to the road, and they said that there was a 30-foot setback.
Okay, I'll have to check with them on that.
Just cross-check it. I'm bringing that
Yeah, I
up.
will.
When it comes to our jurisdiction, you're meeting the standards of doing your erosion controls and straw wattles, which is good. And then, did you say that there was one other thing that you were waiting for, your DEP number?
DEP number, yes.
Okay. So commissioners, do we have any questions on this? So this is a system upgrade because the other one failed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Bill Kit?
There is a note on the plan, kind of just north of the property line about the spill kit.
A note?
Okay.
Yeah, it's contracted to have spill kit on site at all times. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, 55. You're gonna need a 55 gallons, so make sure that that's appropriately sized.
Okay.
And before anything transpires, make sure that you do a pre-construction meeting with Mary, our agent, to inspect the erosion controls and to cover project expectations.
And we need the location of this spill kit on the plan.
Okay.
Probably the best spot for it would be near a tree in the backyard, because that's where it's all going to end up going, and that's where your wetland is.
And
all right.
Are they taking any trees down for this?
No.
Okay.
Lucky.
Clearing of any vegetation?
Nope, it's all just lawn area.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions on this one?
No.
I'm good.
Pretty basic, straightforward. Just cross-check with the health department on the setbacks.
Okay.
So, all right, so we're gonna need if we have nothing else for Mr. Dubois, then can we get a motion of continuance to July 19th?
I'll make the motion. Go ahead.
2010,
I'll second.
Dan with the first, Clarissa with the second.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel, Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes, I was
Yes.
just muted. I'm sorry.
Robin with a yes.
Yeah, sorry. I was
Mr.
muted.
And I am a yes.
And
And Jason, if you could probably just send us a new copy of this this rendering that just shows where your spill kit is. And also the other thing is if you've got a stockpile, we're gonna need to know where your stockpile is, and it needs an erosion control around it.
Okay,
All right, sir.
okay, thank you.
I appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too, thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Wigglesworth, can we take 5 minutes?
Yes, we can. We've moved quite a bit. Almost the home stretch, guys. All right, so we're gonna take just a few minutes here. And we'll be right back to start with 29 South Point Road. Mr. Marcoux, we'll be right back.
Hey, Joey, it's Dakota.
Dakota, how you doing?
Hey, what holiday was yesterday?
What holiday was yesterday?
Yeah, because remember the meeting was going to be last night?
It was Friday, Juneteenth. It's a new federal holiday.
Oh, that's right. Yes, yes,
Caught
yes.
us all by surprise.
Yes,
Which is why it's tonight. Okay.
yes. You called
All
me
right.
out on that one.
I'm here with Chad, so we'll see you in a few.
All right, yeah, we'll be starting in about two to 3 minutes. I just want to make sure everyone else is back.
Thanks, bud. Sounds good, buddy.
Thank you. All right, Michelle, you're back.
I am back.
All right, Robin, you back?
I'm back. Never left.
Dan, we have you. All right, just wait a moment for Dan. All right, Libra, you're back. Great. Dan, do we have you?
Libra?
I think we're just waiting for Dan. Clarissa, you back?
Joey, do we have a folder or a plan for South Point, 29 South Point?
We should.
Oh, hand-drawn plan, I found it, sorry.
Yep.
Sometimes it's hard to balance so many things going at once.
All right, Clarissa, Dan, you back?
You give them 5 minutes, they take 7.
Yeah, you know. And then you get the meetings running long.
We're 41 minutes behind.
Joey, are you mimicking me?
That's
No way, God, what are you doing to me?
We're actually, believe it or not, considering some of the ones that we've been through and had to decide on, we've.
Yeah, no, I know, tonight's not bad.
All right.
Last week was the epic.
Yeah, that just. There's Dan. All right, we've got quorum. Can you talk, Dan? You there?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Hi, Dan. How's it going?
Okay, good. Friends, here we go. Mr. Marcoux, Eric,
Hello.
welcome. And then we've got Dakota. You're here.
Dakota and Chad.
And Chad. All right. So we had the privilege of going out to Eric's beautiful property that is on a wonderful point on South Point Road, and where he's got some an enormous situation going on with an enormous retainer wall. Some beautiful pieces of granite that are now falling into the lake, and he is looking to upgrade this retainer wall so that it is number one, it's safe, and number two, that it doesn't continue to crumble away and have his wonderful lawn fall into the lake. So with that said, we did meet with Dakota on Saturday, who will be overseeing the project, and we took a look at the footing of the wall. The footing of the wall is actually in pristine shape. So basically he'll be taking out in 50-foot increments, taking out the old crumbling wall and putting in the new, is it Versa block? Or is it just regular block, Coda?
They're 2x2x4 concrete blocks, decorative block.
Okay, and putting in the new blocks, onto the footing that is there. So while we were there, we talked about that scope of the project and how he'll be breaking it down into 50-foot increments. That way the turbidity curtain will do the one, section, then the next section, and so forth.
We actually invested it. We have 2 curtains now, so we can do 100 feet if we need to.
Okay.
To make it
But
safe.
with a project like this, I wouldn't stretch yourself too thin, because it's something where to kind of,
I agree.
yeah, I would be careful with doing too much at once, and then in comes one of these wonderful storms and you've got a problem. So anyway, my opinion to you guys are the professionals, just making sure that the turbidity curtain hugs the work area, and then once it's complete, secure, whatnot, moving on to the next. So there'll be minimal digging behind the wall, and across the entire wall at the top. It was discussed with the landowner, Eric, that he does plan on doing about a 2-foot wide, sort of a garden that goes all the way across this expanse of his retainer wall that will encompass various different natives, some ground juniper, to add a really nice finished look to the wall. I did discuss with Dakota that the finished grade of the wall will be at least 3 inches below the finished grade, so that meets the Webster requirement when replacing these walls. There are 2 areas of the property that we did notice are not necessarily an issue, but more so if you look at this figure in the lower right corner, there are 2 pine trees that I would probably say are about 30, maybe 30 feet tall. And they've been there for quite a while. The roots are buckling up, and there's definitely some pushing against the current wall. They're going to remove those 2 trees, and the root mass that's there will be dug out. And then in discussion with the homeowner, looking to put in a native dogwood there for replacement, along with possibly some other vegetation there. Then across from where these trees are on the other side of the property, it was observed that there are 3 diseased hemlocks. They are unfortunately either have needle blight or woolly adelgid. I wasn't able to get close enough to look, but they're in rough shape. So those 3 need to come out. And in discussion with the homeowner, it was talked about putting in a beautiful bigger tree there, possibly an elm or something like that, to get some vegetation back on this point. The granite blocks that will be removed from the resource area that have fallen in will be used as around the property for for gardens and so forth. We did discuss the need for a Chapter 91 permit that needs to be filed in order to do the wall, but also a Chapter 91 license that would be for Eric's dock. With that, Obviously, basic erosion controls were discussed. Turbidity in the curtain. We did bring up the possibility of using a coffer dam if needed, but the expected work won't happen probably until the lake level is hopefully at its lowest sometime, hopefully end of July, beginning of August. But if a coffer dam is needed, it was talked about that one would be used. So with that said, Dakota, am I missing? I don't think I'm missing anything from the recap. It's a pretty straightforward taking out, swapping in. We did look at the grade is actually going to come up a bit away from that 480 mark. So that's a positive thing. It's going to level out. Right now, there's a slight slope to Eric's property, but it'll level up once the new wall is in, and it'll be a good upgrade with vegetation all along the retainer wall. I did recommend to Eric that he consider some sort of bumpers along the retaining wall, so that if the Indian princess decides to hit his wall,
Yeah.
again,
You can tell Chris Roberts to get out his credit card.
So if any boats decide to bump his new retainer wall, it'll last the stand of time. So, all right. So, any comments from the applicant? Any comments from Dakota?
No, not over here. No. Well said. Perfect.
Yeah, well done.
All right. Now, commissioners, Michelle, you were not there, and Clarissa, you weren't either. Any specific questions from either one of you?
Are we gonna get an updated plan with all this on it? Because this
That was my question.
doesn't really capture anything you just said, Joey.
So the only reason that I didn't include the replacement plantings is because at the time, and even still, I'm not 100% sure which type of trees I'm gonna do. I'm looking at a dogwood, I'm looking at elm, I'm looking at on one side adding additional, some sort of like cypress or tall evergreen for a little bit of privacy on the other side for my neighbors. I will be putting in more than we're taking out. So I think that's the only thing that's changed on the plan is adding vegetation.
So,
on a typical plan for something like this, I'd expect to see the erosion controls on it, the floodplain, if there's any kind of grading, the 25-foot mark, the 100-foot.
So
right, that's what I'm asking. Are we expecting an update?
well, they're still waiting for, well, they need to do the Chapter 91.
Right.
Obviously to begin the work on the wall, so I would get that in. They're a different department than Central. Eric, that goes to Boston, and Boston Waterways looks at that. That's an important piece of it. They still don't have a DEP number, so
they do.
We do.
They do.
Oh yeah, that's right. You just got the DEP filing number. The comments from it were concerns of if the trees, do the trees need to come out in the lower right corner? And then I'm trying to remember.
The other thing was the grade issue, but with that, we're coming up 1.3 inches or so with the wall compared to the wall that's there. So we're improving the grade from the house to the water level. We're at least 8 feet above. And anything that we're doing is improving any chance of runoff when it comes to the lake.
So-
the planter bed around the entire perimeter of the property, the wall will be backfilled with crushed stone, with then whatever barrier, and then loom on top with plants that cascade down over the wall to stop any runoff from actually hitting the wall and getting into the lake.
So going back to the list, so Eric, we're gonna need a potential planting list. Obviously, I mentioned several that we had talked about, but
Yep.
we're gonna need a planting list, an updated, we're probably gonna need this updated plan that would show, obviously that you're putting in a garden there. Erosion controls are gonna need to go in place in areas that just behind the wall and across, probably across your yard, like I had mentioned to you when I spoke to you.
Yep.
So you're gonna need the silt fence and straw wattles that I would probably just sort of, just so that there's enough space, obviously, for, you're gonna be using small machinery in here.
Yeah, we'll have the spill kit on site also.
So we're gonna need to know where the spill kit is on this plan. And then Michelle had mentioned your 480 mark, 25-foot line on their ESC.
Grading.
Yeah.
It's a 2x2x4 wall. My existing 2 levels high, my existing wall is a 3-foot wall. So it's coming up 1 foot and 3 inches, which is improving the grading.
Yeah.
There was one other thing, Joey.
Yeah.
When we were there, we talked about a little bit, those 2 pines that are going to be removed, they're quite large and they are right up against the wall.
Yeah.
And it was mentioned that the contractor who's going to remove the trees needs to minimize the amount of debris that ends up in the lake and remove any debris that does end up in the lake.
Yeah, so now, Dakota, that you've got 2 turbidity curtains. If you're working on one side of the wall, I would use a turbidity curtain on the opposite side of the wall when the tree is being taken out. And those roots, I would probably, whichever side of the wall you start on, you'd want to make sure that that turbidity curtain is in place and ready to go. Because when you go to grab that root bundle and sort of pull it back, that cascade can end up falling. So
Yeah, we'll do the left 50 feet with 1 turbidity curtain, and then we'll put the turbidity curtain around the trees on the right.
Yeah.
So we'll have 2 out at once, just a precaution.
Yeah. And then eventually, I'm sure, you'll end up meeting. So as far, I'm sorry, go ahead, Michelle.
I was just gonna remind you, they should include the other trees that are being removed on the plan as well.
Yeah, on this plan, you're gonna need. Yeah.
Yep, that was something that was discussed after I knew that the trees had issues. We were hoping to kind of keep them for a little while longer, but it does make sense to take them out while we're doing work on the property now.
Yep.
If you've got someone coming there, and they're gonna be removing those other 2 trees, you might as well just have them all whacked at once.
Yep.
And I don't like necessarily saying take them all out, but might as well just do it all, that way you're not paying twice.
Right, and the other ones will have the curtain over there anyways.
Yeah.
Working on the wall. On the left side. On the left side, we'll have 1 on the left, 1 on the right. That's where the trees are.
Yeah, yep.
Okay. So,
Perfect.
now, any other questions, concerns with this project?
Yes. How do we interact with the Chapter 91 for the actual wall? Is that a condition that it's got to be completed before they do the work, or I just don't know how it works?
The chapter 91 is the license that will allow them to be doing the work within the resource. That's why I was just recommending to Eric that apply for the license for the wall now.
Yeah.
I've done that. Isn't that what we're with the DEP? I believe that we've already started that process.
Okay.
That's where they had questions about the grading and things like that. But my understanding is the fact that we're coming up will only improve.
That's your actual DEP filing for.
The chapter 91.
That's to give you the license. That's to give you. That's the permit. That's the permit for from DEP that says, okay, we've reviewed this project. Here's our comments, and here's a number that you need to post.
Yep.
And this is what, here's some things to think about when you're in the conditioning process of the project. The chapter 91 to do the work on the wall is a different, that's a filing that goes to the state, just like the one that you just did, but it will that goes to the state that you're informing them that you're doing this work on this wall that is actually has its footing in the shoreline in Webster. So that's the important one. Then there's the dock license, which is this probably like the third part of this, which I think you can do the two license, the license and the permit together. Mary's jumped off, so she would know a little bit more about that, and I can look into it, Eric. But
That's after the wall anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
if we could get the dock put into a separate part to kind of get this part of it passed through, I'm trying to figure out a way to prove that the dock has been in the spot since before 1984. So
I can tell you that as a kid, the house next door, the beige house, my uncle used to live in that house. And I'm very familiar with Irene yelling out the window and all that.
Yeah, are you all right?
I know that.
I'll be a witness, Eric. 1980, try 1954.
Good.
That's
Robin, do you have pictures?
Yes. So I can tell you that dock has definitely been there a very long time where it's situated. But you still have to do the filing for it. But what'll happen is you'll never have to do a filing for it again. It ends up grandfathered. But the permit to do the work on the wall has to get filed with 91, because what's going to happen is when we approve this, DEP Central is going to kick it back and say, hey, you're doing all this work.
But does he need witnesses or affidavits? Does he need like people or proof? I don't have pictures, but I certainly was over there and I know that's where the wharf was.
That piece, I'm not exactly quite sure what is considered under the grandfathering clause, and that's something you'd probably want to call Boston on.
Joey, I have a question. If we put the dock on the back burner, is the wall all set?
We need to, like Michelle had said, we need to get the updated plan.
Okay.
Before we can go ahead and say, all right, do this.
All right, I'll do a computer drawing for you, and I'll sit down with Eric, and he can tell me what plants are going where, what bushes, what trees.
We need to know. So just as a reminder, so we're gonna need to know the size of the blocks, which would be good, like as a side note. Planting, we want to know the planting list, and on that drawing rendering, we're going to want to see where potential plants are going. You don't need to have the exact spot, but where the trees are going, that's really important. the spill kit, locate where the spill kit's located.
Okay.
And then, as Michelle had mentioned, that 480 line, which I think when I looked at yours, Eric, and checked it, I think your 480 line runs right along. It's a little weird, but it runs just outside in that where that, where it kind of squeezes. I think it just right above where your wall is. And then like Michelle said, the 25-foot buffer. And then we need to know where the 100-foot buffer is. Those are two important things that when DEP reviews the final part of and says, okay, you can do this, even though the commission said you can, and they review everything, they see everything there. Otherwise, they can kick it back and say, whoa, stop. During that appeal period, DEP can appeal and say, there's not, wait, you don't have enough information.
Yep.
So, and that's what we don't want. So, I would, tonight, tomorrow, look at that, that permit for the wall as the first thing. And then in the conditions, we'll put in there that we can work with you on your dock and the dock placement. And grandfathering, because I know that because of, unlike what we were dealing with our last meeting where it's a cove, you're on a peninsula. So it's like you kind of only have two places to go. And where Irene always had hers, it's like a safe area.
Right.
So,
Well,
but
he'd be going into the Narrows if
well,
he
we
went
can,
in.
yeah, and that's the thing. There's most of his property is taken up by the Narrows. And on the other side, there's so much wake energy coming from the boats that his dock would be like all over the place.
Okay, but just to make sure it's crystal clear, before any of the wall construction can start, not only do you have to get our approval, but you have to get a Chapter 91 for the wall.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
and once they get that filing, they'll work on that right away, just like DEP did. They'll work on it right away.
Okay.
All right. Questions? Commissioners, any other input?
Good.
We got part of your license, which is good from DEP Central, Eric. We just need the other part, which is the Chapter 91.
Yep.
And that shouldn't, on a job like this, it shouldn't take too long.
All
So.
right. We're not planning on doing it until the water level is a little lower anyway, so.
Yeah, so by, and plus our next meeting is July 19th, so you'll hopefully have everything in order, and if you need anything, Dakota or Eric, contact the office, work with Mary. I give my number to anyone that wants it, so you've got it, you got questions, whatever, we'll help you through the process.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Joey. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Dakota.
Are we continuing?
All right, so we need an official, Eric, it's okay with you to continue this, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so we need an official commission continuation, please.
I'll make the motion to continue 29 South Point to our next meeting, which is July 9th.
All right, Michelle with the first, who's the second?
I second.
Robin with the second.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Dr. Jewell.
Yes.
Mr. Duto.
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth.
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo. Yes.
All right, so folks, Eric and Dakota, thank you so much. All right, so we got Glenn with 49 Arkwright Road. This is EBT Environmental, restoration of the historic gradient and flow of the Mill Brook. We were there, and what a tremendous job, Glenn. Thank you so much for what you do, and how you're restoring this old Slater, historic brook.
Raceway.
Raceway. There we go. Raceway.
Yes.
Raceway.
All right. So,
Well,
go ahead, Glenn.
yes, a man-made water conveyance structure, 5,000 feet long. That's why it is technically a raceway. It was hand dug 1812 to get the head for the green mill Sam Slater built where Price Chopper is now. The position where the water wheel turned is on the east, is still there at the eastern end of the parking lot where you see that spillway. You can go over there and see the two carved stones that were secured the water wheel. So here we are back at Arkwright Road. We did get the permission from National Grid and from the town of Webster as the sewer department to both access this property. You saw Saturday the deposition that's coming off of Arkwright Road, some delta material, and then also it's all coarse gravel that we were looking to remove, 88 cubic yards. And Dan did ask, yes, it's approximately on the plan, 70 to 75 feet long, 1,275 plus or minus square feet of land on the water body. It's taking out the gravel that was deposited in approximately 72, 73 when the Arkwright Road bridge was removed and the dirt, some of it fell in the river. We did see some of the cut stone that's left behind from the original, again, that stone arching bridge. We plan on doing it. We have permission from National Grid to do this work between June 1st and October 31st. As we saw the site Saturday, it's at a minimum flow. We did describe in the project description, we would use a floating siltation barrier, but most of the water will be flowing at the far end of where we were standing on the bank. We'll be using a 28-foot track excavator to excavate this material, put it in a dump truck. Temporarily, it'll be brought over to the Leo's pit as we're running probably upwards of 4 truckloads of the material out. And that's about it. It just gets that impediment to it's drag on the brook. It slows down the water. And now that we've had 40 or 50 years of road sand and other material deposited in the original raceway bottom, we're just looking to restore the original stream gradient to allow for the maximum amount of flush, which then gives us that stable coarse bottom that we're starting to see now that we've worked on the brook and both 16 and 17 in the winter and 17 and 18 in the winter to get out the clogs and also remove the human debris from the Leo pit that was in the brook, the tractor trailer tires, the swimming pool liners and Euclid tires and truck and everything else that was in there. Thank you to Mr. Leo and for the solar farm that it allows us to get in the lower part of the brook and remove that human material. And now we've removed the human material from this point upstream to Route 12. And this is the last point of removal of anthropogenic material that's in the brook bottom. Thank you.
All right, Glenn, thank you for that recap and for the public. My one question for you on the project is the swale that sort of created itself where the tires are.
Yes, sir.
Are you planning on putting any kind of gravel or doing anything
No,
with that sort of swale?
Well, we wouldn't put gravel back in there. The velocity is, it's got a high velocity to it. We're going to salvage the rocks, anything that's running from 8 inches and greater that we come across in this channel.
Yeah.
We're going to put those in where we have a couple of plunge pools, and that shows some of the material. We're going to take the tires out that are in there. Any other steel that was thrown in there, our larger rocks that aren't used as stabilization within the brook channel because it's mostly the gradient is pushing sands down and not moving the gravels So any larger rocks that we come across, we're going to use both. I think you can see the tire, one of the tires in that picture in that swale. But up above that, where I stood, thank you, where I stood in the Brook Channel upgrading of this, and you saw there was a plunge or a head cut, you might call it. We'll be using some rocks in that head cut too to be permanently stabilize that, so it won't keep head cutting, which is eating back of the stream channel from the velocities that come down the channel. In this, this is a Hinkley type soil generally in the area, a medium to coarse or gravel. And so we'll work to stabilize the channel with rocks. And in fact, any other rocks we might need to bring back as we dump a load. We have other rocks up above that we can bring in to make sure that those few areas that we want to stabilize the head cut, we can.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Pretty straightforward. We know Glenn does great work. He's doing this out of love for what he does. So any particular,
Is there any way the public could get to know, to see what he, you know, to be aware of this whole project, how important it is for the environment as well as history that we had said?
If the,
go ahead, Glenn.
if the commission chooses to, you have a local, not that we need to be in a paper anymore, but you have a local paper. I believe it is important because it's part of everything also that Chris Roberts, when he first came in proposing the historic mill, the museum, I had actually been working on this well before I heard about him doing that. We started on this thing actually in around 15 and did that and did work on it, serious work in 16 in that winter. But I would, it is something, again, where stream gradients or raceways, man-made water conveyance structure, quote, that's what a raceway is, that was built in order to, and now we have exposed the 2 stone walls on either side, upgrading of this location. We have some historic monuments up there. It is a piece of history that we would truly like to share with people. And if there's anybody out there that wants to do a small article that's given to the children, I think Mr. Roberts was interested in it only in that it's another piece of Sam Slater's work. When I talked to him at the museum over the winter time, he gave me a tour.
This might be a nice item for the town's Facebook page as well, since it probably gets read more than the newspaper.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm old school. Thank you for saying Facebook.
Yeah, no, I
Sorry.
know.
I'm antisocial, so I don't do that. Sorry. But
Or
if
the-
anybody wanted, I would more than be glad to share a half hour anytime or even during the project if somebody wanted to highlight it and bring it forward to Facebook or something.
Right. Why don't we wait till it's finished and then I'd like to have, it's a little, I don't understand everything you said. That it was a little controversial what Sam Slater did. It's about changing the water for the, remember what you had said? I'm not summarizing it properly.
As far as controversial, at that time, it was all exploitation. I don't think there was any controversy. Dam up the lake, get the water power. I think he was a smart guy in using a lake for water power because at least you don't have that flooding event that normally would blow out a dam, which happened to all the dams on the
Right,
French River
that
in
sounds-
Oxford. So I think it was
The
just
Johnston flood, wasn't that similar? That's down, it happened 100 years ago down south. It was a big flood.
but the lake doesn't have the velocities that a river that has miles of river up gradient, which such as the French River starts in Leicester at Sergeant's Pond. When you have only Webster Lake, I always thought, looking at what he did, using a massive reservoir, which is the lake, and damming it up a few more feet to then release the water to run his mill. I thought that was a genius on his part because it had less opportunity to flood the mill out because you weren't running a massive river down. You were running up and down on a lake. So that's all I'll say. I don't want to hold, everybody else is still waiting for their own projects. My pleasure to share anything that anyone comes to me with.
All right, thank you, Glenn. All right, because this is a public This is an NOI or is?
It is an NOI, yes. Well, the commission, I'm sorry, through the chairman, the commission gave me a negative determination back in 18. The governor's, that is still valid because the governor's emergency declaration of March, which was just pulled in June, told any kind of permit. So I had another plus or minus 15 months on the negative. So normally it would have been, I'm not looking back at everything, but just say 5 of 18, I received this. Yes, it was in 5. And so it would have expired in 5 of 21, but add 15 more months on that because of the tolling in the governor's emergency order. The determination is still valid, but Judy Schmidt at the time, now she's section chief, but at the time she reviewed the RDA and said that because it's in the water body, that you still need an order of conditions to cover your 401. So that's why we're finally back to you with this to cover my 401. The order of conditions is the substitution for the 401, as Judy had stated it back in 18. So even though I received the negative determination, I'm here to satisfy DEP's requirement of having an order on this project.
All right, so
In that case, I make the motion to approve the NOI for 49 Arkwright Road and 30 Worcester Road.
Wait.
Dan, hold on, it's a public hearing, so I need to ask, is there anyone here from the public with comments? Last call for comments.
Thank you.
All right, motion to close the public hearing.
Dan.
I make that motion.
Dan with the first,
I'll second.
Clarissa with the second.
Ms.
Motion.
Johnson,
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Michelle, I'm jumping ahead.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
All
Thank
right,
you. Thank you for all your time.
motion to order of conditions.
Can I ask for one clarification?
Yes.
I'm assuming that Glenn will have a spill kit on site if there's machinery.
100%. We have one right in our garage, ready for any project like this. And I thank you. And I'm sorry that it wasn't on the plan. This goes back to 18, the plan.
No worries.
It will be right there at those trees that we were standing around, right next to the machinery on the water department's, sewer department's property.
Terrific. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you again.
So motion to issue order of conditions for 49 Arkwright Road.
I'll make that motion.
I second.
All right, Michelle with the first, Robin with the second.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
All right, wonderful.
again.
Glenn, have a great night.
Thank you,
Thank you
Glenn.
for your efforts.
I'm on later on for that extension request on Lake Parkway, but I'll see you later on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, 53 Birch Island Road, Laura Devlin, replacement of a retaining.
I think I have the announcement for the next 3, Joey.
Okay, so can I get Dan to do a reading for 53 Birch Island?
In accordance with Mass General Law 130, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, the Wetlands Protection Act, this public hearing is being held on a notice of intent filed by Laura Devlin for the replacement of a retaining wall at 53 Birch Island Road.
Okay, all right, so Michelle, do we have plans? And we have Laura, correct?
Yep.
How are you, Laura?
Good.
Good. So you're looking to replace a retaining wall.
Yeah, so we have Patrick Healy from Thomas Liston. Do you want to talk about it, Patrick?
Sure. Hi, I'm Patrick Healy. I'm a civil engineer with Thompson Liston. We've been helping the Miles Family Trust.
I'm sorry, Patrick, which company are you from?
Thompson Liston Associates.
Thompson Liston. All right, you got that. Libra, right? All right, go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. So we've been helping the Miles Realty Trust with stabilizing their property here on 53 Birch Island Road.
Okay.
Where, as the commission knows, there's an existing wood retaining wall that had failed, and there's some temporary stabilization on the slope currently. I know we had been to the commission's meeting in May and we talked about some of the issues, and now we've taken your comments into consideration in our design plans. So our first sheet shows the existing condition with the jute mesh that exists over the slope. Shows the existing filled section with retaining wall in the water, adjacent to the water, which the family would also like to replace. So if we go to the next sheet, our first stage of work will be to remove that area where the failed wall has sort of just been put in place temporarily. And to do that, we need to get some equipment into the site. So we're proposing a temporary road coming in that a track-mounted excavator can navigate and bring that waste material up to a tracking pad where they can load it directly into a truck. So we're showing in the first phase a line of staked wattles at the lower limit of that work. And then once that's removed, then we propose to put in the turbidity curtain and cofferdam, so the existing retaining wall along the shore can be removed. And then if we flip to the next plan, we're showing the permanent replacement of the lower wall near the lake with a large concrete block wall, some granite stairs, and then coming into the shore and going up, there's some stepped retaining walls coming up with a set of permanent stairs that will be poured in place concrete. And then stabilization of the slope with some native shrubs. We have a planting table to describe how that would be done. And then at completion, once that's stabilized, then we'd remove the cofferdam, the turbidity curtain, and the staked row of wattles. So at some point during the construction, the wattles would have to be taken out so the machine can place the concrete blocks. Some questions were raised when we met with you in May about what type of foundation this block wall system would have. So we've added some details showing that. It is a gravel foundation, not a concrete foundation. And then we took into consideration your comments about maintaining a ridge at the top of the wall between the finished surface and the wall, so there's no sheet flow going directly over the wall into the lake. And that's shown on one of the details.
So
if we could flip to
Patrick,
that sheet, I could explain how that works.
if I can, Patrick, we have had a similar situation with a block wall like this that had a footing of gravel. You said it's going to sit on gravel?
Yeah, we're showing it as washed crushed stone as the base.
We had a similar situation in another area of town where, a resident spent all sorts of money on putting in this retainer wall, and it sat on crushed stone. And with the wave energy combined with the weight behind the wall, because there wasn't the footing wasn't quite the way it should be, the entire bottom of the VersaBlock wall it just went out. And these were blocks that were at least maybe almost 6 feet by about 3 feet. So with the grade here, number one, but also with the wave energy, I have a concern of the wall sitting on crushed stone versus a poured concrete footing.
Okay, well, we can talk to the wall company again about the best way to go about doing that. This is what they had recommended for the placement, at the shoreline. These are large block walls, if I may, Mr. Chair. We can look at the detail. These are 28-inch by 4-foot long blocks. Or 24-inch by 48-inch blocks that are locked together. Yeah, it's the same type of wall. Okay.
I would just, I mean, it's up to the homeowner. But I would just like to caution, based on, I mean, if you live on the lake, you know what kind of wave energy there is. And I gotta be honest with you, I wouldn't want to be spending that kind of money only to have my wall potentially, with icing, wake energy, and any kind of force behind it pushing out towards the water, have my wall just start to destabilize. Don't know if it's the same company or not, but I just really, I don't want to get the phone call that someone's wall fell into the lake after some icing. So that's just my concern with that. The other thing is, Michelle, if you can go back one. Am I seeing that you're planning on pouring, you're planning on sort of terracing the yard with a concrete wall and stairs?
Yeah, so at the base of the slope, there would be approximately a 4-foot high retaining wall. Then that would step up with the stairs as we come up the slope.
Okay,
So that would replace the wood wall that had failed some time
Okay.
back.
now with finished, just so you know, and you may have heard it with others, with finished grades, there needs to be at least a 3-inch lip on that. So I know it's only a 4-foot, no, more than that, isn't it?
I'm showing the bottom of wall at 483 and the top of wall at 487. And you have, yeah, we do have that lip on there that's shown on our cross-section detail.
Okay.
Do we need the 4-inch on the retaining wall, even though there's earth on the other side of the retaining wall? I know about the water. Yeah, so the part that sticks out of the water needs the 4 inches, correct?
Yeah, I mean, they're, you know, the idea is behind these retaining walls is that there's plenty of crushed stone, so water can percolate down into the ground. But we just, for runoff purposes, we try to mitigate as much runoff as possible by having that lip. Now, one important question, you may have heard it with me talking to another resident, is have you filed your Chapter 91 permit to do this work within the shoreline?
We have filed the pre-application and we're waiting for the advertisement so we can place that.
Okay. And then obviously you're gonna need a license for the dock. That's the other 91. Permits for the wall, the license for the dock.
Yes, we understood that from meeting with the commission back in May. So
Okay.
we're aware that we need that. It's my understanding we need the order of conditions before applying for that.
Okay, just bringing that up. Have you gotten a DEP file number?
We have not, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Sounds like we're not alone in that. And
Yeah.
you know, I
this-
have several other projects that are also waiting for
Yeah.
DEP Central Regional to issue numbers.
Well, Charlton's waiting for 25, from what I understand. So.
Wow.
The other thing that I've got a question about is the abandoned septic tank. Are we doing anything with that?
No, I just wanted to note it on the plan so that the equipment operator would be aware that it's there to avoid running over it.
Okay. Should it be somehow filled? Should it be filled and sealed off or
No, my
removed?
understanding is it was filled with sand when it was abandoned officially.
Okay. I think it's probably a good idea that there are some sort of stakes in the ground that stick up that are fluorescent color so that a machine operator knows that that's there just in case.
Well, that's
The plantings that are here on the west side, are those current or are those going in?
I believe those are existing trees that would
Yeah, those
remain.
are,
Is that right, Laura? Thank you.
yep, the ones that are shown here on that sketch are current.
Okay.
And we,
Those were on our existing conditions plan as well, so
Okay.
I believe they're labeled as such on there.
Great. Now with this project, with once it's all finished, Laura, are you planning on putting in any kind of vegetation or?
yes. So the slope will be completely planted, and then currently the part that's down by the water is astroturf, and we're hoping to replace that with astroturf because it's so far down. There's not really. We're looking at what we can do to plant that, but we may have to go with astroturf depending.
You said it's astroturf?
Mm-hmm. There are pictures.
I believe, let me see here. I feel like I just read some sort of communication with the state that astroturf is being frowned upon near a resource area.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a bad idea to look at an alternative. I can check into it for you.
Okay. Yeah, we're open to alternatives. It's just that area is so far down the slope. We didn't know what would, and it's not very good soil down there.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Sedum's grown all over one of my yards, so that might work.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
In that picture, the existing dock is a wall of timbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they fail, and that's all dirt inside that loop of timbers?
Yes.
Okay, so
and rocks.
The wall will be the concrete blocks, and it will still be just the dirt inside there, or it will have a top on it, or what's?
That's what we were just talking about, was that astroturf isn't necessarily ideal to have near a resource area. Are you looking for something less to mow?
Yeah, or something that will grow. I mean, it was rocks and dirt, and each time we've rebuilt it, it's just been kind of what's there. There's not like, it's so sand and dirt. Nothing was ever going to grow except some weeds. So I'm looking at alternatives, but I haven't really seen something that would kind of would stay put. And obviously don't want hardscape.
Yeah.
I'm trying to visualize that, where we keep talking about the dock, but it appears to be more like an extension of the yard than the dock.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember this property, but this whole section was separated by about a 25-foot railroad tie wall up until it collapsed last year. So we couldn't even get we could carry a lawnmower down there, I guess, but it wasn't really practical. With this new setup, we're going to have that planted slope. So we're looking for something that's, kind of low maintenance and sort of just sustainable.
No, but I think what Dan is getting at is, at some point, whether it's before your time of owning this or at some point, it looks like this was a filled in area, which is common around the lake. Folks are looking to expand their yards. And unfortunately, this is where you're at with this, is there's a filled area here, and you've got this small sort of odd spot that sticks out. And there's a lot of folks that have these weird pieces. Back when filling shouldn't have happened, but it's what we've got to work with here. But
well, I was also kind of trying to just get it straight in my mind that is kind of not a dock, but where that boat is tied up, that is a dock.
There is an aluminum dock on the other side of the boat.
Right,
That's
exactly.
the dock that we're talking about.
Yep, the picture of it.
So I would just consider this the point.
We could, yeah. We call it the turf, but yeah.
It's the point.
The
So,
putting green.
you know, I mean, we can help you out with some ideas on what to put there and what would work out. You know, the best thing I always recommend to people is hop in your boat and drive around and see what other folks have. You know, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's permittable or that it's legal, but if you see something that you like on someone else's property, I mean, you might as well see if you can integrate it into yours.
Right.
You know, I would definitely, it looks like on the hillside over there, I'm not sure if it's going to be disturbed with the project you're proposing, but you know, vegetation down near the shoreline, that, you know, small, not necessarily trees, but, you know, some mountain laurel and things of that nature that you can kind of set them and sort of forget them. And if you need to trim them up a bit, that's all. You know, getting some vegetation down towards the shore isn't necessarily a bad thing. And of course, when you're down there, you want to be able to enjoy it. But
and you might want to think for that area, rock garden. Anything that would grow in a rock garden would probably work there.
Yeah, black-eyed Susans, maybe some, you know, now is underneath that astroturf, is that all just soil?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the historic fill.
Okay, so it's just fill. So, I mean, you could probably, yeah, I mean, grab, you know, probably get some, you may find a bunch of giant boulders during the project and have them, you know, have a few of them placed in there and put some black-eyed Susans next to them and they flower all summer long. You know, it's low maintenance and it's just, you could stick a lawn chair on the rock and not really, you know, it's not filling the resource area. It's already filled, but I definitely don't recommend, and you really probably couldn't put sand here, but, you know, some chunky stone might not be a bad idea as long as it doesn't end up in the resource. That's the big thing. So, but we can, you know, I mean, like I said, take a look at some other folks' yards and see what they've done for low maintenance. There's a lot of folks that just want low maintenance. So we're not obviously able to move forward with this because we don't have the, you know, we need to find out what the Chapter 91 folks have to say, and also, you know, with the, you know, I just lost my train of thought. Wow.
DEP file number comments.
DEP file number, thank you. Yes, moving through so many of these, I'm starting to lose my mind.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I think we also need the 25 and 100 foot and a spill kit, or I'm missing them.
Yes, spill.
That's existing. This is proposed, I think. Yeah.
If you can go back, Michelle, to the track map.
Sure, this one?
Yeah. Patrick, what are you planning on using for the track mat construction entrance? Are you going to use the wood chips or are you going to use coarse?
No, we had proposed using some crushed stone for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't use like 3/4 inch. I would use at least something that's 3 to 5 inch, because with these, we've found that some people use like 3/4 inch or 1 inch stone, and all it does is get stuck in the tire. And the idea is that the coarse stone cleans the tires.
Right, so I had specified, Mr. Chair, to use 1.5 inch, but we could use 1.5 inch to 3 inch or something if you feel that's more appropriate.
Yeah, I would be probably closer on the 3 on that one. So, you know, there's definitely that, and then seeing how the gravel is going to be there, maybe in some way that gravel could be later integrated into the project.
That was our hope with the 1.5 inch stone, that as the work progressed, that could be used further down the slope to back up the walls.
Okay. And then, the erosion controls would be, obviously the silt fence and straw wattle. So we'll need an updated plan that shows the 25-foot, and the 100-foot buffer on it.
Yeah, I believe, Mr. Chair, that the entire property is within the 100 feet, so we can certainly add that, but I think we'll find that it extends
Yeah, if you could at
into
least,
or across the street.
yeah, if you could at least, put the 25 buffer on there, that's like the last point of, for us, that beyond the 25, that's kind of red flag zone, and we look a lot beyond the 25 foot.
Understood, we can turn that on.
And then I would put the spill kit somewhere down by the water. Because if you need to do some sort of emergency, at least it's down by the water.
Makes sense, yes.
Commissioners, anything else?
Just the chapter 91 permit for the construction and chapter 91 license for the dock.
Yeah. And then I would also, if you can just get back to us on what the company has to say, both Patrick and Laura, I really, Mary's got some photographs that could show you, one of these walls that they used gravel as a footing, and it just didn't work. It didn't work out well between the ice and the water and the wake energy from the boats. It was a sad situation. So think about that, and then if you want to continue forward with it, understand that, if it happens to dislodge and ends up in the resource area, you have to pay to have it taken out and whatnot. So that could be costly.
We will go back and talk about that again. We want to obviously just,
There's some
design
time.
and construct something that will stay there for some time.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Laura, Patrick, if there are any questions, please contact the office. You can talk to Kelly right now. Otherwise, Mary will be back in a week. We will, I guess we will see you again on July 19th. I just need you to agree to a continuance on this, which we would need to anyway, because we don't have a file number. If something comes in on your 91 permit for the wall, please send that over to us right away.
Will do.
And commissioners, can I get a motion for continuance of 53 Birch Island Road?
I'll make the motion to continue 53 Birch Island Road.
All right, Clarissa.
I'll second.
Michelle with a second. Wonderful. Laura, Patrick, thank you for coming, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So allow me to poll.
Yeah, yeah. Was there a vote? You're getting tired, Joey.
Trying to keep it moving here.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. So we've got 88 Lakeside Ave, repairing a retainer wall. There isn't anyone here for 88 Lakeside Ave, is there? All right. Because that is on the agenda, can we get a motion to continue to July 19th, please?
I motion we continue to July 19th on 88.
Second.
Lakeside Ave. All right. So Robin and Dan?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
and myself, yes.
All right. So we're at 0 Black Point Road, lot 89. Mike Hopkins, construction of a single family home. Dan, this is a new one in addition to the Jackson Road. So do you have something to read? No?
Can I say something before you read anything? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Since we do not have a DEP file number, and to save you guys some time,
Yeah.
we don't have a DEP file number for 89.
Okay.
It's the same as 90, 91, and 92. So why don't we skip this one?
Okay.
And we'll open up the public hearing for 90, 91, and 92, which were
Alright.
3 separate filings.
Okay. So why don't we, with that, as Steve Balsowitz as the engineer on the project, Libra, I'm gonna put it to a motion to continue 0 Black Point Road, lot 89 to July 19th. Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Michelle with the first, Clarissa with the second.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
All right. I am now going to open it up for 0 Jackson Road, lots 90, 91, and 92. This is Cedar Cove LLC. These are construction of single-family homes. These were continued from June 7th we did not have DEP file numbers, but we had asked Steve to make some adjustments to the plans. And so here we are. So Steve, take us through what you've made changes on, and did you submit new plans to us?
Yes.
Okay, Michelle, I would assume you've still got them.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Sorry.
Not
Not
still.
as good as Mary.
They are the same plans from last meeting.
Is this the right plan?
If you could look at the title box, see if there's a revised date.
Sorry.
It says April 9th, Steve. Anything up top, Michelle?
No, it should be down in the lower right corner.
All right.
Says 5/26.
This
right
one,
here, April 9th is what I have right here.
yeah.
2021.
All right. All right, if you could pull the plan over to the center of the these were the original plans submitted. Let me start out by saying my name is Stephen Balsovich. I'm sure most of the board members know me, but I know that you have a new member, correct?
Yes, Karen Bartholomew. She is an alternate member. She can comment, deliberate. She has just no voting.
All right, just so she knows who I am, I'm representing Cedar Cove LLC. I'm representing Cedar Cove LLC, and I work for BC Engineering and Survey Incorporated. These were the original plans from what the date you have on them that were submitted. We reviewed the 3 lots, which are separate filings. Two of the lots fall in the buffer zone, 91 and 92. And lot 90, the 100-foot buffer zone clips the right corner. I can't see where the north arrow is. Wait a minute. Clips the northeasterly corner of the lot. But we filed a notice of intent for it anyway. We had discussed in depth what was going on the property. And after our first meeting, these plans were submitted to Chuck Eaton, the town engineer. And he responded back with a peer review letter. That peer review letter was the plans were revised to reflect his comments, in addition to additional information that I sent to him and to Mary. We recently, I believe Friday, we received the 3 DEP file numbers with a comment. And the comment on DEP's file number for the 3 lots are the same. It says LID stormwater management measures should be incorporated into the lot design to treat runoff from new impervious surfaces. And that's all it says. And obviously this wasn't a subdivision, which would go on to the rest of it, which says, unless runoff from this lot will be treated by a stormwater management system associated with the original subdivision. This subdivision was created back in I don't know the exact date, sometime in the 30s, 40s. However, I've addressed all of Chuck Eaton's issues, and the way we take care of the runoff from the driveways, there is lawn along the sides of the houses. We are capturing on each lot, lot 91, 90, lot 90 has a Caltech chamber in the front of the property, which is the southerly portion. And lots 91 and 92 have yard drains, which have the leaders from the roof heading into them, along with a catch basin on the top to catch additional runoff. If the board has any questions, I'd be glad to entertain them at this point. Thank you.
Steve, you were supposed to find out about, or you're supposed to put on here, are you within the stormwater bylaw of 30% clearing on a lot?
The chart is on the plan up in the right top corner. And they all meet the requirements of 30% undisturbed area, with the exception of one lot. If you had the new plan,
And which lot is that?
I believe it is 91.
The middle one?
Yes, and the reason being is when we started this project, this was a dumping area consisting of old foundations, barrels, tires, brush, a bottle dump site. There were a lot of bottles there that probably some of them were worth some money, but they just excavated them out and prepared the site.
Right, so the other thing too is there was a question about water sewer hookup.
Water runs right by the site.
Okay.
And sewer would be down at the intersection of Black Point
Okay, so they're
and
gonna be,
Jackson Road.
so you're gonna be on public utility.
Correct.
Okay. Roof water, I think you already covered it. Roof water drainage, with gutters. The gutters were going into, where are the gutters going on 91 and 92?
You see those two hatched areas in the rear of the lot? And they're
Okay.
labeled.
So they're gonna go
The
in there.
yard, what they called is yard drains, and there's a detail on, I believe, hold on. This is a 4-sheet set.
Okay.
And the detail is on sheet 204
I only have
for the
one.
yard drains.
Sorry, I only have one. Unless I'm missing something.
Okay. Now, how deep do those go, Steve?
How deep does what go?
The yard drains.
The yard drains are precast concrete. They're called, in terminology maybe that you would understand, it's like a beehive.
Okay. Yeah.
And they're on sheet 204. They're 4 feet high by, I believe, 6 feet. They're 4 by 6 feet. And then around them, there is
There's crushed stone around them, right?
crushed stone around them, and the diameter of them is about 12 feet.
Okay. So,
So if you have 6, there's 3 feet of stone on each side with a foot of stone, 2 feet of stone underneath.
so it's percolating the water back into the
Correct.
ground.
We are recharging the groundwater.
Yeah.
And
So,
some of the comments that DEP, well, there one comment, I don't know if they reviewed the plan thoroughly, but if you look at sheet 404, there's all the typical construction schedule, operation and maintenance. And on top of it, one of Chuck Eaton's comments was that he required a stormwater maintenance checklist, which I provided him.
okay.
Operation and maintenance plan.
I wonder if they only got one page like we did, because all I see is one page on any of these plans, which is kind of funny.
What I supplied the board was stormwater management, long-term operation and maintenance plan for each of the lots, 90, 91, and 92. And I filed all the same stuff for 89, just so you know. So that way, it'd probably go a little smoother. Yeah, there's the detail up in the top right.
Yeah, I've seen these before. Now, just give me a second here. Do we know how much of that stormwater are these sized appropriately, Steve? Like how much?
Yes, they're oversized and it's all a gravel material. We're way above the groundwater table, which you're only required to be, I believe, 2 feet. And it's all gravelly soil. All around the lake is pretty much gravelly in all the sites I worked on.
Yeah, it's glacial outwash. But as far as the capacity to handle, is this sized for a 1-inch event? Is it sized? How is it sized?
How's that size? It's sized according to stormwater management, what they require us to size it at, which I believe is a 1/2 inch of a rainfall, 0.5 inches.
Okay,
And
because
this is large enough to handle that, plus with the good material.
all right, commissioners, are there any, from my notes from the last meeting, it was stormwater related. It was, are we meeting the 30% lot coverage of natural vegetation? We already talked with Mike last time about putting in those signs. And water sewer hookup was a question at the time. I would assume the order of conditions will be similar to what we did on the other 3 lots. What, do we have any other questions? Anything further with these particular homes?
I think the question related to the 30%, that was in between the houses mostly, correct? If I recall.
Well, it would go by lot size. And Steve,
Yeah,
are there any plantings? Are you folks doing any plantings back in, or are you leaving it up to the homeowner?
No, we will be providing some plantings in areas. The majority of the site is disturbed when they put the water line through. I mean, they left mounds on the properties on the lots 90, 91, and 92 of
Yep.
excess material when they have to dig for the water line, and surrounded with good gravel, and there's requirements that are stipulated
Yeah.
extending a water line.
Yeah.
So pretty much all the front of these lots are disturbed. And
Mhm.
yes, we will be doing plantings. And we left, if you look at the revised plans that I provided to the town, one of the questions that Mary had was, could you show me the areas that will be undisturbed? And I hatched them with little wetland symbols, grass symbols. And then I provided you with a table with the areas of undisturbed.
Okay. All right, folks. What we've asked has been provided. I do want to remind you that in the back there, it is considered wetland and a wetland swamp. So the only thing that would be allowed by a homeowner is a small pad for a kayak or canoe. And seeing that last summer, I don't even think you'd be able to, you'd be better off mucking through it. So if there's any other discussion, no other discussion, I'm gonna open it up to the public and put this out to a vote. Any last concerns?
Are there gonna be, I didn't understand you, are there gonna be docks there?
No.
No. It's a wetland and you can't put a dock in a wetland. It's basically a cedar forest that as the lake got dammed up, when we learned from Glenn earlier, it killed the forest and now it's just a vegetated swamp.
Is there a planting plan for the water side?
I'm sorry?
That they were planting. I know Steve said that they were going to put some plants back in. Is there, do we get a plan?
Steve, did you have a the planting plan within the notes here?
No, if you look at my sheet 1 of 4,
Right there? Is that it?
I do have details to show how to plant the plants. So there's a tree detail, a shrub detail.
Okay.
And if you look at my plan, sheet 1 of 4, I just spotted them in the areas that are gonna be disturbed.
You mean this
I
one?
think I see swamp azalea. I thought I saw some, Michelle,
I'm all confused. Sorry. Go ahead. Tell me where you want to be.
hold on, right there. Species, sumac, cranberry, viburnum, wood chips. So on the new, that's for shrubs. Trees, I mean, I don't,
Now, keep in mind, a majority of the lots are out of the buffer zone. I show some plants and shrubs, I should say shrubs and trees spotted on the areas in the front of the house because that will be disturbed.
I get that, Steve, but when part of a project that is disturbed in our jurisdiction, and it can, and most likely always will pull the project into our jurisdiction. So,
But I do show the plants and trees on the front parts of the lots and in between the structures.
is that what those these stars are that I'm seeing? Okay.
Yeah, if you zoom in on it, it shows the stars and then it shows bushes are a different symbol.
And those are things that we can put in the conditions.
Hey, Joey, this is Mike.
Hey, Mike.
How you guys doing? I just wanted to address those trees. We were putting cedar because we discussed this on the last lots.
Yeah.
And being Cedar Cove, it was appropriate that you guys allow it. I bought 8 cedar trees already for those lots going in. So we'll be putting cedars because the beavers wipe everything out down there. So
Yeah, cedars would be a good idea. They don't quite like them very much, but yeah, definitely.
So we the first lot, we put them towards the back just because it borders a swamp area and it looks good and they'll maintain. So they weren't specified and there is trees there, but it was up to me really and my wife where we wanted to put them. We just told the homeowners that that's where they're going. So, but if you want to put them where the stars are, where Steve has them, I don't have any problem. That's up front. We were putting them in the back because that's where most of everything's going down, and I don't know. It's up to you guys, but cedar was the ones that you guys picked before.
Yeah, I think cedars would be ideal. As long as there's we see a return of vegetation back to the property. That's the important thing. And plus that helps to absorb water. So
I like the idea of putting them toward the swamp.
yeah. All right, commissioners, anything else? All right. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open it up to any abutters for comments. Last call for butter comments on Jackson Road projects.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hello. My name is Will Canoy. I'm in a butter. And I just, hang on. So my question is this. You mentioned that because it's in a swamp, there can be no docks, but a pad for kayaks and so forth. Is that in the order of conditions, or is that in the wetlands protection law? I don't know the answer.
You do have to have a certain depth in order to have a dock. legally under chapter 91. You have to have a consistent year-round depth of about 18 inches of water. But that is considered a swamp wetland, so no actual docks will be on the conditions, and that will carry with the new homeowner. I'm sorry, Mr. Canoyer, you're muted.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. All right, any other butters with questions? All right, at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing. And can I get a motion to close the public hearing, please?
I motion we close the public hearing.
Second.
Robin with the first, Clarissa with the second, Michelle with the roll call.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
Okay, motion to issue order of conditions for Jackson Road lots 90, 91, and 92.
Is this one motion, Mr. Chairman?
Well, we can do it in one, or we can do each individual one.
I didn't know. I'm only asking because I wasn't sure what the right answer was.
It's one,
I
essentially,
think it should be individual.
it's one filing, but let's do, that's fine with me. So Jackson Road, lot 90, issue order of conditions.
Make that motion.
Dan with the first, who's got the second?
I second.
Robin with the second.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
0 Jackson Road, lot 91, motion to issue order of conditions.
I'll make that motion.
Dan with the first,
Second.
Clarissa with the second.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
Motion to issue order of conditions, Jackson Road, lot 92.
Make that motion too.
Dan with the first,
Second.
Clarissa with the second.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes.
Okay.
That's all you get, a 3.
Steve and Mike, make sure that Mary should be back in, I believe, another week. She'll get you your order of conditions. Please make sure you go to Worcester, file it. You have to wait the 10 business days to start any work on the properties. Don't make that mistake again. So you got just a little bit more to wait, but Mary will get you your order of conditions as soon as she can, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks,
Alright.
Joe.
All right, I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have Ted here for 168 Chase Ave. No. Can I get a motion to continue 168 Chase Ave? This is continued from May 6th. Demolition of a home, not even in the riverfront area, right on the river.
So I'd like to suggest we continue it out further than the next meeting.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Michelle. Let's continue it indefinitely for now until Ted has got things all set.
Can we do that, or do we have to pick something?
Yeah, no, we can do that.
So I'll make that motion.
Yeah, motion to just continue with no date.
I'll make the motion.
All right. So Michelle with the first, and then who's second?
Second.
All right, Dan with the second.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Guto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo, yes. Libra smiles every time I say my own name and say yes.
All right, here we go.
Let me see if I can find the other stuff that goes with the discussion today.
All right, so we've got 77 South Shore Road, looking for an extension, DEP number 3231118. Do we have someone for 77 South Shore?
I'm trying to find
77 South Shore Road
Mary's material.
extension. All right, that's just a discussion item. We'll put it on the next agenda, 77 South Shore to the next agenda. Extension for 36 Lake Parkway, DEP number 3231191. I believe this is Glenn.
Did he come back?
Glenn, are you there? All right, we'll circle back to Glenn. 21 Bayview Road. This is for a final certificate of compliance, DEP number 3231075. I thought we had already done 21 Bayview, no?
Yeah, I feel like we have, but I'm
Nope,
trying to.
Actually, we did not. Someone was supposed to come on last meeting and they didn't. I have it right here. My notes. Is anyone here for 21 Bayview? I don't believe so. Steve, I think you're 30 Worcester Road, certificate of compliance, DEP number 3231171.
Do we have a report from Mary on any of this?
Is it in Mary's report?
Looking, where's Mary's report? I'm trying to find it.
Access to it.
Yes, I am representing 30 Worcester Road. And if I can speak, I'll just highlight you on what's been done.
Yes,
And,
where are you at with things and are we ready to process?
I'm representing 30 Worcester Road, Cureleaf. Since our last meeting, one request was regarding blocks being put or were removed along the Mill Channel, Mill Brook, but it's a channel when it goes by our property.
Yeah.
We have, per our last meeting, we discussed installing 2 signs, which Cureleaf has ordered. Mary has gone to the site and met with Gary. And they proposed 2 locations for signs. They have ordered the signs and we're waiting for them to come in. That is the only thing. The lawn looks good. Providing we get this rain and stuff, it looked pretty good to me. I drive by there every day.
Yeah, I drove by there a few times in the last few days, and I applaud you on your efforts with that site, Steve. It was left in quite a state.
And
my question is, the 2 signs that are going to go there, that's fine and dandy, but what is their plan for the snow? Where are they going to put the snow when we do get snow?
a couple things. The snow obviously in that lower parking lot, which is close, we'll
Okay.
put it away from the resource area
All right.
and obviously as far as we can.
Yeah.
However, it all runs in that direction.
Yeah.
And with the two signs, they'll know, and I'm sure the management at Cureleaf will keep the snow from being piled up in that area. That's the problem. If you just push your windrow and it's there, that's fine, but continuously piling it up. The signs will distract them from doing it. Also, management has to take some sort of effort to instruct the people who move the snow where to put it. And also let me comment on the catch basin at the entrance. When you turn off of Worcester Road and go onto the property, there's a catch basin immediately to your left, which has a silt sack in it.
Yes.
The silt sack was working properly because it stopped a lot of silt from going directly into the channel.
Yeah, I saw all the buildings around it. Yep.
I instructed them, we have the riprap in place, and the only reason why the silt buildup was there is because the silt sack prevents it from going through. They have since then cleaned it, and I supplied the Conservation Commission with 2 stormwater management reports that I did 6 months ago, and recently, I forgot the date, maybe 5 or 10 days ago, but they're dated, and they did clean that, and the vegetation along that area on the left-hand side was just a mess. And they have since then loamed and seeded it, and there's a very good vegetated growth. So we cleaned the catch basin. The grass is taken hold, and also along the channel, we have a straw wattle still in place, but there's also a vegetated growth there.
Yeah,
And we'll leave it in place.
Yeah, I would leave that in place.
Yeah, for now. And maybe one thing later on, when we do other work, I would probably put some stone along the top of that channel, because the soil isn't the best. And when you lumen seed it, sometimes depending on the soil below, whether or not it'll take.
Yeah.
So maybe we can put some sort of filter there. But in any event, we're looking for a certificate of compliance for the work that we've done.
All right, so right now, we're just waiting 2 signs. And then, of course, the commission will still have to work with the management there to make sure that if we see snow storage where it doesn't belong, we'll have to work with them on that. So aside from that, are we ready to issue a certificate of compliance for 30 Worcester Road?
Yep, I am. I'm ready.
All right, so is that a motion for issuing a certificate of compliance for 30 Worcester?
I'll make the motion.
Michelle with the first, Dan with the second.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Jewel,
Yes.
Mr. Duto,
Yes.
Mr. Wigglesworth,
Yes.
Ms. Sherillo. Yes.
All right, Steve, you're good.
I know that. I do things to the best of my ability. Thank you very much and enjoy your night.
All right, thanks, Steve. I appreciate it.
Night, Steve.
Bye.
Hey, Steve. All right, Glenn, are you with us?
Glenn's room looks really dark.
Yeah.
Did he forget us and go home?
Poor man, he works so much.
Mm,
Glenn?
He's gone.
All right. we don't need to motion for 21 Bayview Road. And final call for Glenn.
Yeah, 10 o'clock, he should be on.
All right. Well, folks, I've got 9:58, not terribly late, but why don't we, I'm gonna call.
Karen had a better first meeting than poor Libra. Oh my God.
She missed the last one, so. Karen, thank you so much. Just so you know, you can talk and you can deliberate with us. I know you're just observing right now. That's fine. But I'll touch base with you if you need anything or have questions. So thank you so much for your feedback on various projects. Very helpful. And welcome. So with that, folks, I'm going to, do we have a motion for adjournment at 9:59?
You have it.
Motion. I second him.
All right, Dan, Robin, and I believe that's unanimous.
Stay safe, everybody. Good night.
And everybody.
Night.
Bye.
Night.